Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to this second day of the virtual conference on climate smart agriculture, adoption's impact and implications for sustainable development. Yesterday, we had a very long day and we had very fruitful discussions. Now we are heading towards second day. So, today we will have about 10 papers that will be presented, and in the afternoon around 4:30 we'll have a keynote speech by Saizo Sensei on future design. He is a very well-known, well-established researcher on future design, and I hope all of you will stay on to listen to his interesting insight on future designs from the climate smart agriculture perspective. But without going further, I would like to share with you a few house rules. So these are the house rules for speakers. You need to turn off your video and mic before and after your presentations. You can type answers in Q&A box, bottom of the Zoom that you can see. And whenever you want to ask questions, you can raise your hands and directly pitch in your questions for the speaker. So you don't have to type in your questions. For the audience who are participating in this conference, you don't have the options to ask the question directly. However, you can go to Q&A box and type your questions and we'll pass it to the speaker. Consent to use without permissions or compensations. This event may be photographed, streamlined, or video recorded. By attending, accepting connections, or continuing participations in the event, participants thereby consent to the possible use of their name, likeness, voice, spoken or written comments, or paper presentations in whatever form in all media publications, video sharing website, recording, disseminations, or other external affair purposes for the Institute without compensations or permission. Disclaimer for presentations. The view expressed in presentations are the views of the authors and do not necessarily reflect the views or the policy of Asian Development Bank Institute, the Asian Development Bank, its boards of directors, or the government they represent. ADBI does not guarantee the accuracy of the data included in the presentations and accepts no responsibility for any consequences of their use. Terminology used may not necessarily be consistent with ADB official terms. Now, I would like to jump on and invite the chair of the two-day sessions. As you can see, Professor Alan Renwick is the chair of today's sessions for the morning hours. Professor Alan William Renwick is the Professor of Agriculture Economics, Lincoln University, New Zealand. Alan Renwick has been Professor of Agriculture Economics in Lincoln University since November 2015. Prior to moving to New Zealand, he worked in academic institutions in England, Scotland, and Ireland. The main focus of his work has been the impact of agriculture, environmental, and trade policies on the economies of land use. Recently, a key focus of his work has been on economics of existing and novel land use and potential business structures that can support land use transformations and adaptations to climate change. As you know, there's no other than Professor Alan Renwick who can moderate these sessions very well. And thank you, Professor Alan, for being with us always and accepting our request. We really appreciate the time that you put in and your commitment to work on climate adaptations and your commitment on land use management. With this, may I hand over the floor to you, Professor Alan Renwick.
Thank you, Dill, and thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good morning to you in Asia, and good afternoon from here in New Zealand. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to chair this session. Having looked through the papers for this session, I think it's going to be a very interesting and informative session this afternoon. So I'll just give a brief how it's going to work. So each speaker will have about 15 minutes to speak, and then there will be a discussant for each paper, roughly talking 7 to 10 minutes. At the end of each discussant, there will be 5 minutes for questions and answers. And as Dill pointed out, it'd be great if you could put your questions and answers into the Q&A box on the web page. So we're going to have 5 papers this morning. We're going to have 2, and then a short break for 15 minutes for us to catch our breath. And then we will have the final 3. We will be working hard to keep speakers to time. So I will warn speakers that you have your 15 minutes. And because of the packed agenda, we do need very much to keep to time as we go through today. So I think really that's all I need to do in the introduce. Mamie has kindly put into the chat, you will see a link to the biographies of the speakers and discussants that we have this morning. I will point you there to find the biographies rather than perhaps take time of the speakers given the time pressures that we have. So please click on and check the biographies of those speaking. They're very interesting range of speakers we have this morning. So I will just basically introduce the speaker and the title of the topic that they will be looking at. On that note, I think we might as well actually begin, given that we're here, and just to make the most of the time. So the first paper, paper 11 in the program, is the economic benefits of climate smart agricultural practices, empirical investigations and policy implications. And this will be presented by Xian Stang, who's a PhD candidate at Huazhong Agricultural University in the People's Republic of China. And then discussant will be Fujing Yi, who's professor from Zhejiang University, also at the People's Republic of China. And so, gents, we're looking forward to hearing your presentation. I saw her here before. Has she disappeared?
Thanks, Alan. Thanks for your nice introduction.
Oh, hi.
Okay. I'm so good. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. Okay. I'm so glad to participate in this conference as a presenter. The topic of my presentation is the economic benefits of climate smart agriculture practices, empirical investigations and policy implications. This is my outline. First is the introduction, followed by the method. Next is the data and the descriptive statistics, followed by results. The last part is the conclusions and the implications. Okay, let's begin with the background. Agriculture significantly contributes to the climate problem and is profoundly affected by climate change. On the one hand, agriculture generates about 20% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. On the other hand, agriculture is highly susceptible to the impacts of climate change. The short and long-term effects of climate change would diminish crop yields, damage livestock output, and challenge sustainable agricultural systems. consequently leading to a rise in the population facing food insecurity. Adopting climate smart agriculture practices has the potential to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change. An increasing body of research has investigated how CAPS can increase farm productivity and income, build resilience, and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. Despite the rich findings in the existing literature, there are important research gaps. First, while many studies have explored the social, economic, and ecological effects of CAP adoption, little is known about whether and to what extent CAP adoption intensity on income diversity. As a risk management strategy, income diversification can address external shocks in production. Therefore, it is important to understand the relationship between CAP adoption intensity and income diversity. Besides, previous studies have explored the homogeneous impacts of CAP adoption intensity on household welfare, ignoring that CAP adoption intensity may affect rural households in the upper and lower levels of the distribution of household welfare indicators differently. Therefore, the first objective aims to examine the impacts of CAP adoption intensity on household economic welfare measured by household income, net farm income, and income diversity. The second objective of this study is to explore the heterogeneous effects of CAP adoption intensity on household economic welfare. This study makes significant contributions to the literature. First, we consider 7 types of CAPs and use the CAP adoption intensity to capture them. Second, we employ multiple indicators, including household income, net farm income, and income diversity to measure household economic welfare. Third, we utilize a 2-stage residual inclusion model to mitigate the endogeneity issue linked to CAP adoption intensity. We also employ an instrumental variable-based quantile regression to explore the heterogeneous effects of CAP adoption intensity. Next is the method. The primary objective of this study is to estimate the impact of CAP adoption intensity on household economic welfare. Regarding the distribution patterns of the key explanatory variable, we use the 2-stage residual inclusion model as the main estimation strategy. Farmers self-determine whether to adopt CAPs and how many CAPs they should take. The process of self-selection renders the CAP adoption intensity endogenous. The 2SR model can address the selection bias arising from both observed and unobserved factors, thus producing more robust estimates. The 2SR approach involves the estimation of 2 equations. The first equation investigates the factors influencing CAP adoption intensity. Given that CAP adoption intensity is an ordered variable, we estimate the following ordered probability model. Appropriate instrumental variable is a prerequisite for the 2SR model to generate consistent estimates. Based on the pairing factor theory, we use the average level of the CAPs adopted by peers in the same village as the IV. The second equation examines the effects of CAP adoption intensity on a vector of outcome variables. The residual term forecasted through estimating the first equation is incorporated into the second equation as a regress to mitigate unobservable selection bias. Specifically, the second equation of the 2SR approach is specified as follows. This study used the data from the 2020 China Rural Revitalization Survey conducted by the Rural Development Institute at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. The total sample size is 3,833 households from 10 provinces in China. Because in this study, we are interested in the CAP adoption behavior of farmers growing green crops such as maize, wheat, and rice. The samples of farmers growing other crops were excluded. After data cleaning, 1,785 samples of households were used in the empirical analysis. Table 1 presents the definitions and the rates of adoption for each of the 7 CAPs. The most popular practices adopted by farmers are crop straw mulch and organic fertilizer, accounting for 49% and 48% respectively. The practices least popular among farmers are water-saving irrigation, zero tillage, and follow cropping, representing 6%, N%, and N% respectively. We further present proportional distributions of CAP adoption intensity in Figure 1. Most farmers adopted the 2-3 practice when the percentage of 15%, which is followed by farmers adopting 1 practice when the 13.6.17%. Only 10% of the farmers did not adopt any practice. In addition, 2.52% of the farmers adopted 4 to 5 practices. Table 1 provides the definitions and summary statistics of the variables. The average household income and net farm income are 16.24,000 yuan per capita and 7.03 thousand yuan per capita respectively. The average score for income diversity, as measured by the Simpson index, is 0.136. The mean value of CAP adoption intensity is 1.45, indicating that the majority of households have a relatively low level of CAP adoption. Here are our empirical results. Table 3 shows the effects of different factors on CAP adoption intensity estimated from equation 1. Because the coefficient estimates of the ordered probability model are not straightforward in interpretations, we will compute and present the results of the marginal effects estimates to facilitate our understanding. The finding indicates that education, geographic location, and the average level of CAPs adopted by peers in the same village have significant and positive marginal effects on CAP adoption intensity. Specifically, a 1-year increase in the education level of the household head raises the probability of attaining CAP adoption intensity level 2 and 3 by 0.7% and 0.1% respectively. Table 4 presents the results regarding the effects of CAP adoption intensity on economic outcomes estimated from equation 2. The coefficient of residuals predicted from the first stage are negative and statistically significant in column 1 and column 3. These results indicate that potential presence of endogeneity issues arising from unobserved factors, which supports the utilization of the 2SRR model. The results in column 2 and column 3 indicate that CAP adoption intensity significantly increases household income and net farm income. The funding is consistent with existing fundings. The results in column 4 indicate that CAP adoption intensity significantly promotes income diversity. CAP adoption saves farm labor and time, thus facilitating farmers to reallocate the saved time to engage in no-farm activities. In addition, the government also provides subsidies to farmers who adopt CAPS, thereby increasing their transfer income. The results for the IVQR estimates on the impacts of CAP adoption intensity on the economic outcomes are presented in Table 5. The impacts of CAP adoption intensity on household income are uniformly positive across the select quantiles, except at the 20th quantile. The magnitudes of the coefficients increase monotonically per quantile. The findings suggest that farmers with higher household income tend to benefit more from CAP adoption than their counterparts with lower household incomes. This may be because farmers with higher household incomes tend to have more knowledge, skills, and productive resources. They are more likely to adopt the best package to maximize returns. The results also showing that CAP adoption intensity has a positive and statistically significant impact on net farm income across the quantiles. The magnitudes of the coefficients decrease consistently in a monotonous manner from the lowest quantile to the highest nth quantile. At the lowest 20th quantile, CAP adoption intensity has a significant and positive impact on household diversity, but its impact is not significant at the higher quantiles. Based on the empirical results, we draw the following conclusions. First, the farmers' CAP adoption intensity is positively associated with the education level of household heads. Second, an increase in CAP adoption intensity significantly increase household income, net farm income, and income diversity. Third, the impacts of CAP adoption intensity on household income increase across the selected quantiles, but the impacts on net farm income decrease across the same. CAP adoption intensity improves income diversity only at the 20th quantile. The findings of this study have important policy implications. First, the findings of the positive and significant impact of CAP adoption intensity on household economic welfare underscores the necessity of promoting CAP adoption among farmers. Second, the finding that farmers' education is positively associated with the higher CAP adoption intensity suggests targeted invitations are needed to encourage less educated farmers to adopt the CAPS. Finally, those who live in the Western region tend to have a lower CAP adoption intensity. Thus, it is essential to consider regional disparities during the policy formulation process. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jens, for that very clear and concise presentation. And thank you for keeping to time. And sorry, we started a little bit early on your session, and I think I might have called you out a little bit, but thank you so much for that. I'd now like to invite our discussant, Fujing Yi, to perhaps respond and to discuss this paper.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can see them. They're not in presentation mode, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
I think Yeah, okay. Well, this study seems very interesting because right now we all know that the climate smart agriculture practice is very important, typically for the household level household level. So I don't want to go through all those good things, but anyway, this kind of very, very innovative study try to give us very strong evidence to show that the adoption of CAP could increase, actually increase household level well-beings through different dimensions, including like net farm income, income diversity, and food security, something like that. But I think I have couple concerns, also maybe questions and suggestions to Yang, right? The authors. The first one is the concept. Since I have went through all the paper, it looks like I'm not quite clear what is climate smart agriculture practice discussed in this study. Although this paper tried to say I want to combine a lot of different practice and then try to measure the intensity of the CAPs, that might be very, very important contribution to the literature. But actually, we are not clear what's the difference between CAP and the conventional agricultural practice, because you discuss a lot of themes, a lot of different practices. One could say that's a conventional one, but you also can put it in the basket of like CAP practices, right? So what's the basic concept of CAP? I think that it's need to be very, very clear. And so I would recommend you guys try to add one section after the literature review to introduce them and or discuss them clearly. That might help our audience to understand what's the basic definition of the CAP. Okay. The second one is a literature review. I realized that you did a good job, try to summarize what the counter literature have found in the identification of the effect of CAP on different farmers' practice. But I think because this is kind of under the background of climate change, so I would recommend to add some review about how climate change impact micro level household well-beings, and also current. Except those CAPs, is there any other adaptation strategies to climate change? I think there are a lot of about that, and so that might help to provide a big picture. What's the location, or what's the position for this study in the literature? Okay, that's my second suggestion. And for the third one, theoretical analysis. Well, I think because you combine all most of CAPs together, so I'm not quite for sure what's the are these exactly the same, or are they play important role in the same way to household well-beings? I think that would be very, very interesting if you can unpack this kind of mechanisms, or not combine them together. So I would recommend, I don't know whether it's doable or not, but at least you can add some discussion what's the difference, what's the different mechanisms for those CAP on the household well-beings in the future. Well, sorry, I go through too slow. Okay, I go through this one very, very fast. And then second one, the fourth one is the choice of dependent variable. You discuss a lot of income dimensions, but I'm not quite for sure why and how come the CAP affect income diversity? Is that the same way as the other impact on the food consumption? I don't know what's the logic behind that. Okay, then the choice of independent variable. Right now, I think you have to you guys have to pay more attention about the control variables. For example, you just control very basic household characteristics level variable, not like even climate change or climate or weather variables. That might be very interesting and important for your topic, but you didn't control for that. Okay, and also it's not very clear from what perspective that organic fertilizer, crop rotation, farmyard manure, this kind of same are treated as caps, because they are normally treated as like a green technology. Why these are called climate smart agriculture technology? So I'm not quite for sure. And also for table 1, you can see that rotation accounts are a small proportion. It's only about like 24%. From my perspective, it looks like in practice, actually, it should be more than that. It should be much higher than that, because you can count crop rotation within a year or over years, the different types of practice. And last, I think the representativity, well, most of your samples are from Western China. Is that I'm not sure that's convinced or not to represent China or not. Okay, the last, okay, you guys have a couple notation typos. For example, alpha beta should not have subscripts, and also figure 1, the additional small shells are not equal to 1. You can just polish for that. Okay, I think that's all. Anyway, that's a good study and nice written, but still have a way to improve in the future. Yeah, thank you for your great study. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Fujin, for that very comprehensive and insightful analysis of the paper. Jens, I'll give you a chance if there's anything particularly, I know it's quite difficult when you've just seen it, but if there's anything in particular you would like to respond, and then I will throw it open to more general questions as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much for your helpful feedback. I will further improve my paper based on your helpful comments and suggestions. I will add one section to introduce the definition of CAPS, and I will add another section to explore the underlying mechanisms. These are good suggestions. Thank you very much.
That's great. Okay. Are there any other questions from other panelists or in the Q&A that people would like to ask Jens? There's one in the Q&A. I will. It's from Xiaoling Yu, who's working in the Netherlands. So further question, could you compare with other current discussions on regenerative farming and organic farming as carbon farming? Anyway, with more information, including the certification of the crops, rotation solutions, and their quality in indicators. So I think it's sort of looking at this about your work and I guess the organic versus regenerative and as carbon farming approaches. And could you give more information, I think, about rotation solutions and their quality and indicators? I don't know if you can follow the question. Jens?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good questions. I compared with other current discussions in my paper. But I didn't present at the in the slides.
Right.
The second question.
Yeah, it's hard to quite know exactly what the question is. So more information, including certification of the crops, rotation solutions, and their quality as indicators. Do you think that might be it? As potential indicators that could be used of carbon farming. So if you certify the crops or have particular rotations, they might be better indicators of climate smart agricultural practices, I wonder. Did you have any information on whether people were certifying organic or not in your data?
No. This we don't have more information about it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But I think maybe that's what we're trying to get there. Maybe we move on. So there's another question here from Hayat Khan. It's saying, in farming communities, the crop rotation is largely due to market changes, such as high or low anticipated prices, not usually due to climate adaptation. And I think this might fit a little bit with Fujin's question about what's a normal practice and what's a climate smart sort of practice in there.
Yeah. In China, crop rotation in some areas the crop rotation is largely due to market change, but in some areas farmers will self-determine to adopt a crop rotation.
Cool, great. I think hopefully here also Zhao Ying has sort of qualified their question, which I think is quite helpful. So they were suggesting maybe if the crops had been certified as green or green or organic, they would have got a higher price, which may mean their income was raised through CSA. So that might have been one of the mechanisms that was occurring there. But through the practices, if you can accredit them, then you may get higher prices, which would then improve your performance in terms of your income indicator measures.
Okay, I will further improve my paper based on your based on the questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, cool. I've just got one more. I've got a couple of seconds because we're just a little bit ahead of time. When you had your quantile results and you had for household income, I think it went down over the quantiles or up over the quantiles, and for farm income, it went down across the quantiles. I was just wondering why that might be the case. You didn't really explain, I feel, why you had the effect was more as you went through one across the quantiles and less as you went through the other for farm and household income. And I just wonder what you might think might be the reason why those impacts differ.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we yeah, okay. Okay, so I think just some more explanation of those final results, I would say, would be helpful and help us in interpreting. Yes, the impact was positive, but definitely the patterns were different across your different income measures. So I think understanding that a little more would be helpful. Cool. Just make sure there's no more here. Okay, finish there. Okay, well, on that note, I'd just like to thank our speaker, Jens, and our discussant, and those who asked questions for that first paper that got us off to a really good start this afternoon. So thank you very much. We will now then move on to paper 12 in the conference, which is, can social networks facilitate smallholders' decision on adopting climate-smart agricultural technologies? And this is a 3-level meta-analysis, and it sounds a very interesting topic. So I'm very delighted to welcome Yingji Wang, who's a PhD student from the Beijing Normal University in the People's Republic of China, to present this. So Yingji, welcome, and you have 15 minutes to present.
Okay, thanks for the kind introduction. And I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, sorry, there's a little bug. Wait for a minute. Sorry, there was something wrong with my computer.
Okay.
Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, we can see that. So if you put that on presentation, we'll be fine.
Okay. Hello from China, and I'm Yingji Wang. It's a great honor here sharing my research, which entitled Can Social Networks Facilitate Smallholders' Decisions on Adopting Climate-Smart Agriculture Technologies, a 3-level meta-analysis. And my presentation, oh, no.
If you could put it onto presentation mode, that would be great.
Oh, sorry.
We can just see, we can see the slides, but not the presentation show, if you see what I mean.
It's a presentation model now.
No, it's still, but it's fine. We can see if it's causing a problem. But it's just still showing the other bits. That's fine. If you can show that, yeah.
Okay, let me check it. Oh, I got it. Sorry, I'm gonna share like this.
We can see. I mean, we can see the slides fine. So if you, but it is
Okay.
just you would need to click through. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna sharing my research, which entitled Can Social Networks Facilitate Smallholders' Decisions on Adopting Climate-Smart Agricultural Technologies, a 3-level meta-analysis. And my presentation is going around those 5 main questions, which correspond to the main 5 parts of my manuscript. So to begin with, since the CSA concept first introduced more than 10 years ago, the adoption rate is low in developing countries. And according to the diffusion of innovation theory, the social networks can serve as channels of information flow and contribute improving the adoption rate of new farming technology. But it's not always the story. We can see that a lot of researchers point out that there's some non-significant or negative impact of the social networks. And even some other researchers pointed out there's some nonlinear relationship between the two. They pointed out with the social networks expanding, the CSA technology adoption rate follow a pattern that increasing first and declining then. So there's no consensus between the CSA technology adoption rate and the social networks, hindering the development and promotion of the CSA technology. And from the perspective of typology, because there are some different information sources, the social networks can be divided into three main types, including the official advising networks, peer advising networks, and kinship and friendship networks. To be specific, the governors or some specialists just offer the information to the smallholders via the official advising networks, and the farmers working in some agriculture cooperatives learn some knowledge from their colleagues, which means the peer advising networks. And the kinship and friendship networks are more looser structure, primarily made of farmers, relatives, friends, and neighbors, and they communicate information more informally. And about the relative impacts of those three types of social networks, there's no consistent results either. I mean, some researchers attribute the free riding behavior to the negative impact of the peer advising networks, and which is totally opposite with the other researchers' ideas. And some other researchers just point out that there's no fixed relationship among the three according to the different stages of the technology promotion and adoption. So we can see there are lots of overlapping and distinguishable findings of the overall impact of social networks and the relative impact of the different types of social networks. And in general, differences in variable settings and measurement methods may cause empirical research to have inconsistent results. And empirical articles with highly significant conclusions being more easily published may also exaggerate the inherent relationship. So because of all the disparities above, we raised our main research question. What is the overall effect and the direction of social networks on CSA technology adoption, and including four more sub-research questions. So about the methods we used, we follow the Prisma principle to identify some sample literature and the research strategies and the screening methods was described in the manuscript, which I'm not going into detail here. And then we followed a basic procedure of the meta-analysis, but which is special is that we applied a 3-level model to pull the main effect sizes, counting for the sampling variance by containing for the sampling variation for the each effect sizes, which is level 1, and the variation over the outcomes within studies, which is level 2, and the variation over the all studies, which is level 3. And then we even applied 5 methods to test the publication bias and follow the heterogeneity test. And the subgroup analysis is used to identify the different impact of different types of social networks. And what did we get through meta-analysis? I mean, after collecting 26 sample articles and 150 effect sizes, we draw the conclusion that the mean effect sizes is 0.065, and there's the 3-level model, which performed better than the 2-level model according to the value of AIC and BIC. And it's only valid if passing the publication bias. And according to the final plots, we can see that a relative balanced distributions around the mean. And after the trim and fill method, the effect size that needed to be supplemented falls within the significant area, indicating the absence of unpublished non-significant results and the absence of publication bias. And similarly, according to the Kendall's of rank correlation test and the beta of the classical regression test, they are both non-significant, and there's no significant decline effect, which all means there's no publication bias. And according to the heterogeneity analysis, we can see that there's high heterogeneity among all the sample literature, and the 3-level model could also detect the origins of the high heterogeneity, and we can say it lies in level 2, which means high heterogeneity is within the studies. So what causes the high heterogeneity within the studies? As we analyzing before, social network types maybe is one of the factors, and according to the 3-level model subgroup analysis, we can say that there's over 50% of the high heterogeneity within studies. And about the relative impact of all those 3 types, we can see that the impact of official anonymizing network is 0.059, and the kinship and friendship network is 0.073 higher than the baseline subgroup. And the difference between the peer advising network and the official advising network is not significant. And then we change the baseline subgroups to compare within all the 3 subgroups. And after adjusting p-values for subgroup comparison, it's finally concluded that there's no significant difference between peer advising and official advising networks, while kinship and friendship network is obviously the most influential type among the 3. And one of the characteristics about this research is we conduct enrich robustness test based on the different model setting and the different research methods. I mean, firstly, besides study, there could be other factors to cluster the effect sizes at the first step of the 3-level model. So the clustering criterion was changed to 5 other factors. And it finally confirmed that the model setting we use is the only one who performed better than the 2-level model, according to the AIC and BIC value again. And the radio plot can also test the heterogeneity, the principle of which was described in the manuscript. And we can make a judgment by observing if there are any effect size falling outside the effect interval, and there's definitely high heterogeneity, which is consistent with the results we earlier. And at last, we conducted a machine learning based approach to exclude any other potential moderator to check the robustness of the subgroup analysis. And after a procedure of random meta-analysis, the results are consistent with the results earlier. So we can sum up the results we get and reflect the theoretical significance further. I mean, the relatively small positive effect provides a natural view of smallholders' economic and social behavior, going beyond the moral economy dispute. On the one hand, the small effect size implies that farmers still have the subjectivity and make economic decisions based on knowledge and technical information on benefits, which is totally the opposite. With the thesis of farmers' behavior is largely driven by collective values, and there may be other factors matter, such as age, education level, and some production conditions. And the existence of significant positive impact that denies the view of farmers as highly individualistic. And then, according to the subgroup analysis, The social network type is the source of heterogeneity, and friendship and kinship networks are more effective, which can be explained by Granovetter's theory of weak ties. I mean, in the context of agricultural production, the friendship and kinship networks can be seen as weak ties, with a lower frequency of information change on the agriculture technology. And there's still other further meta-analysis research space, like what the density, structure, and other characteristics of social networks influence the CSA adoption decision, and what the effect of the social network on CSA technology adoption degree and duration. So that's my presentation. Thanks for the listening.
Great, thank you very much, Yingyi. That's fantastic. And thank you so much for keeping so well to time again. So I'm very pleased to introduce our discussant, Noparouge Chindasom Bacharon, which is a bit of a challenge for my pronunciation, and apologize if I've made a mess of it, but it's very great to see you, particularly as you are at the University of Cambridge, where I spent 13 years. So
wow.
I was in the building next to the Department of Engineering. So it's nice to have that link there to Cambridge. And we look forward to your discussion of Yingyi's very interesting paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, and thank you to Yingyi for a great presentation and a great paper. So first, I'll just talk a bit of the overview. So we are looking at the research gap in terms of the confusion on social networks and how it affects adoption, especially for climate smart agriculture, where you did a meta-analysis on 26 empirical studies, where in the end you have verified the reliability of existing studies on the social network effects. So yeah, overall, I think your presentation was also equally great to the paper, and it's very clear in terms of the different steps you took and the different findings that came up. So one is low positive correlation between social networks and CSA, no publication bias, heterogeneity only within studies and network types, and the friendship and kinship network is the most influential. And so yeah, let's talk about the good points of the paper. So reading the paper, the number one thing that came up to me is that the research focus in terms of social networks is I truly agree with it, and like it's from my own experience as well. You know, being in the fields with farmers, the social networks is indeed very, very important, especially for the for me in my research in Thailand, where the rural community is the social effect is very significant, and that I truly also agree that I feel that we need to understand more about the social effects and how we can help to improve the diffusion of these sustainable practices. Also, the presentation, I think I mentioned a bit before, the presentation of the paper is very clear, and the language used is also very good already. So nothing with the presentation, it's all very good. And especially with the images and tables used to summarize your information, that is also very, very clear. And finally, as I said, all the data, the models, leading towards the findings, that was very well done. All right, and so I have some recommendations in different categories. That it might be because of my lack of expertise in this method, but I think it would be some good comments from me that it might be true, it might be not true. It can add to kind of what you have already found. So number one is I think the disagreement in the literature. I'm not convinced from reading the paper whether the meta-analysis is needed in terms of what you have presented in the paper. So I think if you add more kind of information or more literature to back up what you said, that there is confusion in terms of the results, it can add to the clarity of your contribution to the literature. Because from reading it, I feel that you haven't touched on a few points, especially when I feel that there is potentially the case that the differences in the outcomes. I agree that there could be differences in outcomes, but that could be due to, if you dig down further into the context of the paper or of the literature. I think you touched on it a little bit, that you said that there are different variable settings and kind of the different contexts that could lead to differences in the outcomes. But you might be able to include that in the literature review to kind of separate the differences for us to see. And if you can kind of pinpoint that even with these contexts, there are still like disagreements in the literature, then it would make it a lot more solid. All right, and then with the methodology, I put there that it might be due to my lack of familiarity as well. But I feel that in the methodology section, you jump straight into the kind of the literature search. But I think maybe a separate section to kind of explain more about the methodology, kind of the significance of it, what is being done in the literature using this methodology of meta-analysis. It could be helpful in improving the clarity, as well as the 3-level versus 2-level meta-analysis and the AIC and BIC. This might be just me, that I'm not sure, what's the significance of it in terms of the methodology. Yeah, and finally, for the robustness test, I think you did a lot of very well done tests in terms of the robustness. But I think it kind of jumps out in the results section, and I think maybe some reference for the significance of these tests would be nice in terms of reading the in terms of improving the flow of the paper. And yes, this is the same point that I mentioned, which is the in the samples included in the review, the table you showed, I think that there was less information on the characteristics of or the samples included in each of the literature. So farm size, the location, the income, of the farmers, it can lead to very, very different outcomes. And so I think this point is a big point that you can improve the paper. And so yeah, that would kind of be it for my comments. So overall, it's very, very well written. I sincerely didn't expect this paper to be written by a PhD student. So I thought it was very, very well written. So very well done on that. And just a slight note on the contribution of the study and the clarity of methodology. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nokroj, for those interesting and very clear comments. I don't know if Yingyi would like to respond to any of those particularly before we look at Q&A.
Yeah. Thanks for the nice suggestion from Nopaju. And yeah, there's definitely some detail that I didn't pay attention to the literature review section and the methodology. And it's quite important for a meta-analysis paper to do the literature review. And I want to respond to the third question about the literature review. You mentioned that the different nation or other factors may impact the relative effect of different social networks. But I did a research in the 3-level model robust check. In that section, I used the nation or other factors to exclude those impact of different kind of factors. So I think maybe I should add this impact in the literature review section to to make the literature reflection more clear. And I'm gonna take your advice, take your suggestions to review and revise my manuscript. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I just checked to see if we have any questions in Q&A, or if other panelists would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. I'll try and make sure I can see you if there's anyone. Oh, Raja, I think your hand's raised. That's great. You've come here. If you'd like to ask the question, that's great.
Thank you so much, Professor Alan. So it is a very interesting paper, and thank you, Angie. You have done a very nice job, and I think so. My question is similar to what the discussant has really posed the things, because I was really wondering, because as you did the literature review, and then I was wondering, like, if we have done the literature review, there should be a group of work that might be telling the social network could be positive, and there would be a group of papers that would be saying like social network could be the negative, right? So, and then could you please describe on this aspect, and also if you could briefly, what is the main punchline of the methodology of doing the meta-analysis that you have really undertaken? So could you just explain this in a very brief? I'll be very happy to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, I searched more than 1,000 paper on the Google Scholar and Web of Science and other literature database to collect the final 26 sample literature, because there are a lot of factors including the quality of the sample literature. And after Prisma principle, which is which is a standard of the meta-analysis, we finally conclude that there was 26 sample literature. And other about another question about the meta-analysis working procedure, like Neparu said, the heterogeneity analysis or the publication-based test is the basic procedure of the meta-analysis. Like I presented earlier, at first we draw the effect size, but if it's only valid if we pass the publication test, publication-based test, because there are a lot of factors influencing the publication, like the outcome which is significant can be easily to published. So this kind of procedure is to exclude this kind of situation, and the heterogeneity analysis is just to find if the disagreement between different researchers is significant or not. And subgroup analysis is just to test the different impact of the different kinds of social network. So that's my explanation.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. There's one more. We've got a couple of minutes as we were a bit ahead of time before our break. So there's a question here from Jiring Zamdra, who enjoyed your presentation, said excellent presentation, but was just interested why only 2 database platforms, i.e. Google Scholar and Web of Science, were chosen for your study.
Yeah, I also researched in other database, which is can be seen in my manuscript. Google Scholar and the Web of Science are just examples.
All right. Okay. So it wasn't that you only used those, though, just like these, for example, these were used. Okay. And then that's great. Just one, I guess, final point for me. I guess it relates to the importance of kingship and peer networks is that, and it'd be hard to see in a meta from some work, one of my master's students was doing in a very qualitative way, was showing very much the importance of communities of interest, which are appearing very much in social media and online groups who have particular interests, maybe around regenerative agriculture or these sorts of things. So I think it's, because you're looking at the past, they may not be so prevalent, but what we were finding is that they're becoming increasingly important in decision making, and these informal networks through communities of interest that are created online, so they could be throughout the world, but they are, have a particular interest in particular types of farming or practices, are becoming very important. And I notice you highlight the kingship and peer as being very important, and I think that's expanding quite considerably with the use of these networks. So it kind of adds another dimension of that peer-to-peer learning. I think that was a kind of a comment and a question, but I don't know if those were in your studies, because I guess the studies go back in time a bit, but whether that is an issue that came up.
Yeah, I just identified that the farmers who working in some agricultural cooperatives as the peer advising network, there are sometimes they exchange information in that farmer cooperatives, and for the friendship and kinship network are their neighbors or their friends or relatives to exchange information. And as those sample literature shows that they also define the definition of these 2 kinds of networks as I said. So I don't know if I answered your question.
No, that's interesting. No, I'm just saying, I think we're again looking at the things that are influencing these networks that are emerging online. I think it's more, I guess, of a comment, the specific question. I think these networks that are emerging online are actually becoming increasingly important in influencing, but that's quite a modern, that's a very recent phenomenon, where I guess when we thought about kingship and peer before, we would think about the farmers that surround you or your relations, but now those people actually don't have to be physically near you. They could be in another country, but have an interest in similar things to you. And I just think those will become more influential.
Yeah, social media is kind of a factor which a lot of researchers have conducted like some other researches on it, but in my sample literature, this kind of factor was included because it's not relation to the social networks I defined.
Okay.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That is basic. No, thank you very much, and thank you so much for such an excellent and clear presentation, and thank you, Nopouche, for a very nice discussion and some very useful points raised on that. So on that note, I think we are just about exactly on time to have our break. I can go and have my afternoon tea in New Zealand, and you can have your morning coffee. and we will reconvene in 15 minutes at 1:30, where we will have our third paper in this session. So thank you very much. Hi, and welcome back. I hope you had a good break and a nice refreshment. And so welcome back to the second part of this first session of day 2 of the conference. And we will have 3 more papers to complete this session. So first of all, I'm delighted to welcome Zaki Ichia, perhaps again, apologies for pronunciation, who's a researcher and lecturer at the Mae Fah Luang University in Thailand. And they will be talking about agricultural analytics in optimizing climate financing for climate smart agriculture, a descriptive research study. So we're very looking forward to hearing from you, and welcome here today.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So yeah, now I'm sharing my presentation slides now. All praises be to Allah, the Lord of the world, the master of the day after, and the creator of everything in this universe. Peace be upon to our last prophet, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So really happy to be here to share ideas and knowledge and trying to solve real world issues. And yeah, I think now this is very important issues because these issues, climate change, is affecting everyone without exceptions. So then I would like to give like some additional opinions or views on this topic by conducting a research, a descriptive research on agricultural analytics in optimizing climate financing for climate smart agriculture in Afghanistan. So why Afghanistan? Why I choose Afghanistan as my descriptive research study? Why Afghanistan is so critical in this discussion. So based on the report from the climate is at the 6th of the one of the most critical country affected by the climate change. We can see that from the number of fatalities per 100,000 inhabitants. Based on the 2019 data, we can find that there is like 0.51 of fatalities per 100,000 inhabitants, and which means there were 191 fatalities caused by the climate change. And there is an absolute losses in million US dollar, 548 million US dollars. So with these figures, it's really frightening data actually. Because why? Because Afghanistan itself is what on the other hand is one of the least country that emit carbon emissions. While Afghanistan is releasing very low level of gas emissions. So of course the answer is because we don't find any massive scale of industrialization in Afghanistan. We don't find so many factors in Afghanistan. So then we can conclude that Afghanistan is not emitting such a high level of carbon emissions. So where are they working? 80% of the Afghans, they are working in agricultural sectors. So 80% of the populations rely on agricultural sector. Meanwhile, the Afghanistan is one of the most critical country affected by the rising temperature, which means the rising temperature severely hit the agricultural sector of Afghanistan, which means climate change will severely hit 80% of Afghan's population. So that's why I find this is a very critical situation for Afghanistan to quickly adopt to the climate smart agriculture. Yeah, so based on the researchers, we can find there is a difference or a movement of agricultural lands. In 1988, we can find that the agricultural area is quite on large areas, and mostly they are located more in the southwest. But then we can find now in 2020, the agricultural area is diminishing significantly and it moves to the water sources. And of course, it's not a good news because that means the population is rising, but the agricultural area is diminishing. So then the food security here is really at a big risk. And then, yes, we can find this with a simpler graph that's for all 4 main agricultural provinces in Afghanistan, namely Kabul, the Sabz, Shakardara, and Bagrami. These are the 4 main agricultural area for agricultural productions. Now we can find that the trend is, yes, sometimes increasing, but the overall trend is decreasing. Because yes, the agricultural area here, the agricultural production process still mainly rely on the rainfall with the rainwater irrigations. So then that's why with the rising temperature that we cannot hold on this planet, then many agricultural area in Afghanistan has been lost or is unable to be used anymore. And yes, based on from the researchers on the US Geological Survey as well, we can find and we can get an insight that the Southwest regions play a key role for all kinds of crops. So this is a key role because we can find this is the dark green. It means the number of production in tons. So it means the dark greens produce the most agricultural products in Afghanistan, and we can see many dark green areas are located in southwest part of the country. So it becomes very critical. It plays a key role, but at the same time, the climate change will impact this region as well, without exception, of course. So that's why the policymakers should prioritize the technology, the resources optimizations on the Southwest region, because it's like one of the most important part of Afghanistan to be paid attention. However, the Southwest also depend on the irrigation system compared to their northern and northeastern counterparts, leaving them totally vulnerable to climate change as well. Because the irrigation system here is also coming from the rainwaters, and it's not really like sophisticated irrigation system. So then it's also affected by the climate change that is happening right now. And yes, the product of corns from Afghanistan experiences the biggest challenge. As we can see from the diagram here, that corn has like quite long duration of the production process. So which means that more attentions, more technology optimizations must be utilized in the corn productions. Because yes, this is also one of the staple food that can feed the people of Afghanistan, but then it poses quite numerous challenges. So then intensive assistance and intensive care is totally needed for the corn production in Afghanistan. But then there is a little bit of good news about Afghanistan area or topography or environmental condition, because as we know that most or many parts of Afghanistan areas are receiving high intensity of sunlights, of sunshines. So then there is a really high potential for photovoltaic renewable energies. And it's also it has been studied by one of researcher, Kasimi et al. With other researchers using the machine learning and the general algorithmic methodology to find the potential of the renewable energies in Afghanistan. So as we can see here, that the areas with the highest potential are situated in northwestern and the western region. So the renewable energy potential on the northwestern, but based on our previous slides just now, the southwestern are the production center. So we can put or we can locate the renewable energy facilities in the northwesterns. So it's kind of like complementing each other. Because why in northwestern? Because it's characterized by relatively lower levels of topographic complexity. So it gives higher suitability for renewable energy facilities, especially for solar panel or solar photovoltaic facilities in Afghanistan. While other provinces like Badakhshan, Takhar, Baghlan, and Saripur have comparatively lesser capacity for this renewable energy. And also, the province of Badakhshan, located in eastern, exhibit the most integrated topography and the least potential. And the eastern region province demonstrate a lack of suitability with limited presence of appropriate asset in the northwesterns. So then, thanks to Asian Development Bank, who is also paying really high attention on Afghanistan, as we can see that's in Central and on West Asia, Asian Development Bank already allocate 14% of projects in Afghanistan, and it has really, from the project data sheet, we can see that there is a significant improvements in the public infrastructures, including for the energy supplies for agricultural sector in Afghanistan. So optimized by agricultural analytics technology, including with the drones and also with many software in business intelligence, we can monitor real-time data on soil temperature and moisture data for agricultural analytics. Because with this climate change, we have to adapt more quickly than ever before. Because we already know the science that certain crops has certain criteria for optimal growth. So if the temperature is changing, so then we might change the type of crops, because based on our big data analytics, based on our agricultural analytics data, it shows that it's no longer suitable for that particular crop. So we can move or change to another type of crops. Yeah, so then the policy recommendation is, of course, we need to advance our technological progress, so then we can increase the economies of scale by increasing the technical efficiency in agricultural sector in Afghanistan. And referring to the data of demography in Afghanistan, where 95% are Muslims, and which is they are more, we can have like higher possibility for us to provide with the Islamic financings that can be accepted by larger population of Afghanistan. And also from the economic theories or economic empirical findings is also showing that the interest rate free promoted by Islamic financing can really accelerate the growth even better, because Afghanistan now should focus more on growth. So then we should support on the type of financing, on the financing framework that support growth larger. So then, yes, I would like to thanks for this opportunity. And I think reflecting on the several years ago of the Conference of Parties on Climate Change in Glasgow, and yes, the world leaders now are also calling the religious leaders to participate in climate change, and by organizing the Conference of Parties in other parts of the world, including in United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, to calling for the Islamic religious leaders to participating in this climate change. And because we have been failed from the Paris Agreement 2015 to hold the 1.5 degrees Celsius of temperature rise, so then we should find a new approach on how we can survive on this planet by calling all the religious leaders to participate in this topic of climate change. because there is a concept in the Islam about the caliphates, which means someone who got your back. So caliph means someone who is coming after you. So someone you can trust. So it means the custodians or the protector of the planet. So we can call for the Muslims to reignite their faith on how their role as the protector or the custodian of this planet. So then we can restore our faith among our people. So then we can restore faith in humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Saki, for those thoughtful insights into the issues. I would like then to welcome my colleague from Lincoln University, Professor Christopher Gang, who's Professor of Accounting and Finance at Lincoln, to act as a discussant to this paper. Christopher.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Zaid, for a good description of the situation in Afghanistan. I would like to share my slide with you. Let's see if I can find my slide. Can you all see my slide, Alan?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
You need to go full screen. Sorry, and then you'll be there. You need to go full screen, and then we can see.
Oh, then I go full screen. Let me see. Yes, I know technology. You know, sometimes you think it works. You know. Now, can you see it?
You need to switch.
Yes,
your
I know.
setting.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jai, for good analysis and summary of the situation in Afghanistan. The topic is relevant and also highly related to the conference theme and focus. My discussion is much more of trying to give you some insight of your paper to enable you to move forward, how you want to go to the next steps. The idea is very interesting. However, I find the contribution is not strong given the extent of the literature that have been on this topic. You need to establish the key reason why this study is significant and how it contributes to literature, which you did in your presentation quite well, but not on your paper. And cite critical literature that supplement to your topic. So I'll summarize some of my key points to you. For a better reading of your paper, I suggest the introduction to be more tightly, clearly written to truly catch the reader attention. And that's why you presented this afternoon caught my attention. When I read your paper, I have a sort of, where are you coming from? But from your presentation, it's quite clear. I see why you want to look at this topic. The idea is there, but you need to link them together in a way that the transition from a broader perspective to the narrow focus of your paper. That way, then people will find out what actually you want to examine, what is your contribution, what are the policy implications. Perhaps the research question could be stated at least in the second paragraph to entice the reader interest of the paper from the beginning of the paper to the end of the paper, right? So I read your paper several times trying to come up with some way to enable you to reshape your paper because it's an interesting study like you have presented. Afghanistan has a very interesting topography. You need to scale back on discussion of Asian Development Bank, which you did in the introduction. Perhaps your introduction present and write what you just have told us this afternoon. In the context of green financing and agriculture analytics, this is where you want to focus on. You provide a lot of green financing, but there's no link to the topic. And the research gap is not clearly identified. The question is, we ask, what is missing in the literature? What is important in terms of this topic to Afghanistan that can contribute to our understanding how this climate change issue can be addressed and improve Afghanistan agriculture and land use? The motivation behind is weak, partly because I couldn't see the significance of the climate smart agriculture part of the write-up. In your introduction, you should at least emphasize your main result contribution so that a reader say, are there something missing prior to the research? what can we get from this investigation? What motivates the paper? Only what is the novelty of the paper, right? In fact, after your introduction is basically a literature review, and then you come a discussion. You provide discussion of related literature to examine the factor that could contribute to the success of climate smart agriculture across various levels, province of Afghanistan, which you presented just now. But lack of engagement with existing study to highlight the significance of current study, like what other country have experienced similar problem, like Afghanistan. I'm sure there are a lot out there in the developing world as well as developed world. So climate change affect globally. It doesn't have no boundary, right? What is the significance of the climate smart agriculture across distant provinces in Afghanistan, right? And this is not clearly being displayed. And what's a theoretical background? In every study, we have a lens. What do that, right? And you got to look at the old and recent study. So basically, your paper lack of primary, secondary data. You mentioned about permission-based climate mitigation financing data, January 1, 2017, but the data was not drawn out to support your finding. No discussion, no result, and so on, right? The result is descriptive, like you say, but a lot has not been mentioned to reference Afghanistan agricultural landscape, right? And the land use. Figure 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, very important. And this should be highlighted in how you describe it compared to the literature you found, right? And better discussion of the agriculture analytic and smart farming should be in the context of your topic. And especially you talk about what you call financing, right? You talk about green finance, you should start on a broader perspective to narrow perspective and how then it impact Afghanistan and how it can help Afghanistan to pursue some of the climate change mitigation strategy, policy, mechanism. Proceed a narrow perspective green finance, because you talk about green finance and you talk about green finance, there are lack of that. But when I went to I've been doing a lot of green finance, and I have a student that do a bibliometrics on green finance, about 1,500 articles. The volumes are then out there, right? That will help you to improve your paper. You should have a better link with green finance, climate change with reference to your topic. Green finance, we understand, is a broad umbrella term that refer to a major shift in financial flow to support projects that tackle climate change. Climate finance is a subset of green finance. In a narrow sense, it's a public finance that promote multilateral effort to combat climate change, right? And your conclusion is lack of discussion through theoretical policy implication. It's difficult to do that because it's a desk research descriptive study, difficult to draw policy implication. And there's no critical analysis of finding, links between the finding, and provide a holistic lens to how it will lead to theoretical policy implication or even practical implication. The most important part is that supporting the ADB climate change financial strategy to its proof-based mitigation finance is one thing. The ability for Afghanistan to implement this strategy or even the mechanism is some of the questions that are raised. Does Afghanistan have the appropriate infrastructure, financial provision for green project? How can policymakers and the government make green finance development more effective? Should government promote rural regeneration with green finance be inserted in ecology, environmental safety projects? These are some of the questions I draw out from the literature you presented to me. So in conclusion, that's not to say your paper is not interesting, but it's just the result need to be more critical, more balanced. So my recommendation is that you have given us this afternoon a very good background of Afghanistan, the problem they face. Use that, develop in a paper where you think about how can I collect some data, run some analysis, provide some interesting finding compared to what has been done out there. And I think this will substantially improve your study a lot, and perhaps also, I don't know, lead to other projects and so on. So if you can do that, that'd be great, because Already you show us the importance of climate change, mitigation of climate risks, and so on in Afghanistan. Those few figures you show clearly show how the agriculture in 19-something, 2020, how it already been wiped out and so on. And that shows it's a very imminent problem and need to be addressed. And I think perhaps because you are interested in the topic, you should invest, engage in it, maybe collaborate with some people that have interest in the topic and do some data analysis that will improve your paper. That's my summary, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher, and thank you for your thoughtful insights into the paper and how it can be developed. I don't know whether Zaki would like to respond to those first before we look at the Q&A questions.
Yeah, I 100% agree with the professor. I will surely fix the paper after this. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. So there was one other question from Dr. Renendra Barman. I don't know if you've seen it there. They say that Afghanistan is a pastoral country and about half of the arable area is cultivated. The area is mainly arid and semi-arid, so therefore irrigation is a must. When irrigation is a must, basically climate smart agriculture will be related to that. And so I think the question is whether irrigation financing should be brought under green financing. And also the issue that perhaps a declining cultivated area in Kabul province is another concern. And just I'd be interested in why is this happening? Is it because of urbanization? I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Yes, I think I totally agree. So then I think, yeah, because this topography of Afghanistan that is arid, so then yeah, the irrigation systems needs to be built more, constructed more with like more efficiencies and effectiveness. Yeah, because now, of course, there is like limited space and also there is like limited budgets. So that's why where this technology comes into play. So then with the agricultural analytics, we can like we can monitor every effect from our for each treatment that we do to the crops or the plantations. So then for because the water there is like very valuable commodities. So then, of course, we cannot like waste water like in other areas where like in tropical areas where they have abundant sources of water. But then, yeah, with the agricultural analytics, we can monitor how the volume, the water that we use, and then how is the effect to the plantations and how we can maintain the efficiency level. And I think, yeah, that's one of the agenda the current governments of Afghanistan is doing right now. But then, yeah, of course, yeah, with what we know now is working hard on opening like the international relationship with many countries, like multiple donors, with the bilateral relationships to get financing for their irrigations. And yeah, I can see that from the news that now Afghanistan government is working on constructing a new irrigation for their people. But then, of course, yeah, it's far than enough because we can see that the situation of the hunger and famine is ongoing right now in Afghanistan. So I think, yeah, to compensate the critical situation there, I think we can optimize the technology to be efficient in using the sources in agricultural sector in Afghanistan.
Thanks very much. Great. I don't think we have another question there, so perhaps we will move on. But thanks, Saki, very much for a really interesting presentation about Afghanistan and the challenges faced there. And thank you, Christopher, for some thoughtful insights into how Saki can take the research further and strengthen the paper. So thanks very much to you. And so now we move to paper 14 in the conference, the fourth paper in our session. and this is on adoption of system of rice intensification for climate smart agriculture for sustainable development. It's an economic analysis. The presenter is going to challenge me again is Puchiparaju Anadan, and apologies again for pronunciation, who's Dean of the Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru College of Agriculture and Research Institute in India. So with apologies again for pronunciation, I would like to introduce and welcome you and look forward to your presentation.
Sir, good morning.
Hi.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Actually, Anandan Pushparaju is in French, sir. Hello.
Oh, hello. Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Sorry, your screen showing. That's great.
Yeah, is it okay, sir?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, sir. So the presentation, I'm Anandan Pushparaju from India. The presentation, thank you for the organizer for having given this opportunity for presenting. And the topic is adoption of system of rice intensification for climate smart agriculture for sustainable development and economic analysis. Regarding the rice, rice is an important crop in India because it occupies 23.3% of gross crop area, and it contributes 43% of total food grain production. And actually, regarding it is an important export commodity as far as India is concerned. Both in we have two categories like basmati and non-basmati rice, and the non-basmati rice contributes more than that of basmati rice. And Nepal, Bangladesh, Senegal are said to be the major top importers of non-basmati rice from India. And for basmati rice, it is Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Iraq were said to be the major importers from India. And also the in the recently government of India banned non-basmati rice export from India, which has become an international issue because rice is said to be the strategic crop for India. And the system of rice intensification, there is some other system of rice intensification where it is an innovative system of rice cultivation to increase rice productivity with a comprehensive set of practices with fewer amounts of inputs over the conventional method. Now they have included labor saving mechanization is also being introduced in conjunction with the SRI practices. Sir, this rice system of rice intensification is said to be a climate smart agriculture technology we can consider because it increases the productivity by fewer inputs, and secondly, it increases reduces the methane gas emission as well as the global warming potential. It reduces when compared to flooded rice, the system of rice intensification, because of alternative wetting and drying, because of all the advantages that is available with SRI. So the present study we have taken to study how far the system of rice intensification is good for climate as well as for the farmers. We have gone for with the specific objectives of estimate the cost and returns of SRI and conventional methods of rice cultivation, to identify the factors influencing the adoption of SRI method, to quantify the irrigation water consumption under SRI and conventional method of rice cultivation, to analyze the efficiency of various inputs used in SRI and conventional method of rice cultivation, to know the impact of SRI and rice yield, and to identify the constraints in adoption of SRI technology. So we have selected this Tiruvallur district was purposefully selected since it is and a major rice growing district in Tamil Nadu. And we have used purposive multi-stage random sampling technique with total sample of 120, where 60 are SRI farmers and 60 are conventional farmers. We used various tools like CACP cost methods, water use pattern, and we have used logit analysis also for adoption, and stochastic frontier production function for analyzing the technical efficiency, and we have also done decomposition analysis. We have also used decomposition analysis to study the superiority of SRI over conventional method as far as economics is concerned.
I think we've lost your share screen.
There is some problem here. I'll
Okay.
1 minute, sir. I'll come back. Internet connectivity.
We can see you fine. It's just your share screen that's missing at the moment.
Is it okay, sir, now? Full screen.
Yeah, that it just need to present it and then
Full
it's
screen.
fine.
Full screen. So that's I missed this, sir. This how far SRA is climate smart agriculture. I said it increases productivity and it because of its adaptations, where SRA plants show improved resistance to droughts, floods, storms, etc. And in the case of mitigation, SRI enhances carbon sinks and it reduces greenhouse gas, and as well as it has less global warming potential when compared to flooded rice fields. And these are all the objectives I just explained. And we have taken all this data and methodology. And this is a cost of cultivation. We have followed the Commission on Agriculture Costs and Prices approach, wherein which we used all the cost from cost A1 to cost C2. And the logit regression, wherein which we studied the farmers' adoption of SRI was studied using logit model. And we have used dependent variable as adoption of SRI, dichotomous variable, whereas in independent variable we used the age, education status of farmers, experience, farm size of rice, and rice area in individual farms and human labor, etc. We have used quantification of irrigation water. We used number of irrigation, hours of irrigation per hectare, and HP levels of the pump sets which pumps the water. And we used for technical efficiency to study the technical efficiency in rice production and the two cultivation methods, which helps to analyze efficiency. We used a stochastic frontier production function model, and we used yield as a dependent variable and all the independent variables like quantity of seed, nitrogen, phosphorus, etc., etc. And we have used a decomposition model to see how far the SRI is a better technology when compared to conventional method. So we used Cobb-Douglas production function. Using the Cobb-Douglas production function, we have decomposed what is the main component of increase in the yield in the SRI, whether it is due to input or whether it is due to technology. That we have done using this decomposition analysis. And we have also used the Garrett-Rankin technique to identify the constraints of the farmers regarding the adoption of SRI, wherein which we used with the help of the Garrett technique, the percent position estimated is converted into scores. For each factor score of individual farmers were added together and divided by the total number of farmers for whom they were added. And then we got a mean score from that, and we ranked accordingly. So the results and discussion, and as far as the cost and returns are concerned, and all the costs are almost equivalent, whether it is cost A1, cost B1, or cost B2. But whereas since the yields are different and SRI gives more yield than the conventional method, so due to an increased production in the main product as well as byproduct of straw, and the net gross income as well as net incomes are more in SRI when compared to conventional farming, and cost of production is lesser per kg is lesser in SRI than compared to conventional cultivation, and BCR is also more. And we have done a partial budgeting also, where in which we could see that there is a net gain of, in the case of, there is increased cost in SRI, whereas there is no decreased return, but there is a decreases in cost because of less use of inputs. And there is an increased income because of more grain and straw yield. So there is a net gain of 22,146 rupees per hectare. And we have done adoption. For adoption, why people adopt and what are the factors influencing adoption. For logic model we have gone, and in which we have got the human levels are said to be more significant negatively, and it is said to be the expected value is 0.85, shows that the 1 unit of human labor increases and it reduces adoption. And we have also done the water usage pattern under SRA and conventional method, and we could see that in the all horsepower category there is a reduction of water use from 33 to 66%. And we have also done the technical efficiency of SRA farmers as well as conventional farmers, and we could see all the SRA farmers are said to be working in the highly efficient category when compared to conventional, and the mean technical efficiency of conventional farmers were now 94.84, whereas SRA farmers 99 for 97, which shows the superiority of the SRA technology. We have done the Cobb-Douglas production function estimates for SRA as well as conventional, and we could see alpha seed and nitrogen and human labors are said to be highly significant in the case of SRI, and they are contributing for the yield on the yield. And when this Cobb-Douglas production function is used to get the decomposition, and in the decomposition, we could see that again, and the side level. We could see that the differences between yield is contributed mainly due to technology by 53.337%, and due to input use is minus 33.21, and whereas there are a lot of inputs for positive and negative contributions. And finally, we can say that total estimated difference in the output could be contributed by the technology of SRI is 16.16%. And we have also studied the total score, the ranking using Garrett rank for the constraints in the adoption. And as far as major constraints are considered to be the leveling of field as first constraint, followed by the nursery management, because nursery management is an important area as far as this SRI is concerned. So that become a major problem. And also because instead of continuous flooding, we go for intermittent drying and wetting of rice fields in the SRI. So the weed problems are more. There are more pronounced as an important constraint for adoption of SRI technology. And in conclusion, I can say that system of rice intensification is climate smart, yield increasing agriculture technology. It provides more income with less cost of cultivation. Farmers could also able to save the inputs. The shifting of production method alone contributed to more yield that was provided by the decomposition analysis. That shows that SRI technology could be adopted. And the use of input level should be optimum, otherwise it leads to decrease in reduction. It is the need of our to create more awareness among farmers about the benefit of SRI, although it was emerged long years ago, as it is proved to be superiority over the conventional method. SRI is a skill-based method, and so a lot of awareness and trainings are to be required to improve the skills of farmers as well as laborers for adoption. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that really interesting presentation on a very interesting study. So now I'd like to introduce our discussant, Preetha Datta, who's Assistant Professor at the Jerry School of Advanced Studies in India. And welcome, Piva, and we look forward to your discussion of the paper.
Thank you, sir. I think it's visible.
Yes, it's visible. You just need to go
Yeah.
presentation, and then we're there.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, so let me start by saying highlighting some of the main results of the study. So this study has basically quantified the benefits of the system-wise intensification over the conventional method, which is very important in this era, especially as a climate change adaptation strategy, and which is also decreasing the emission of the greenhouse gases. And also they found it is to be cost effective, but the results show it is slightly, and yields they found it is much higher, and also it is labor saving, and it conserves water resources. And but they found that major constraints as field leveling, nursery management, and weed control. Overall, I found that the analysis and the methods that they have applied are correct, and also the topic is very relevant, and also it is matching the theme of the conference. But I have some specific comments regarding the presentation of the paper and how they have structured the paper. If they can improve that, then it would be a great study, I feel. So for the abstract, I feel authors need to highlight the rationale behind the study. So it is not coming clearly why they conducted the study, and also the significance of their results in terms of policy implication are not written clearly. So I basically suggest to add these two things in the abstract. And moving to the introduction, I felt that the major drawback of the introduction section is the lack of relevant literature review. So the introduction is firstly not reviewed enough literature on the available studies which has been done maybe in India or South Asia on the similar topic. And also in some portions, the authors need to provide literature support. Like I have mentioned some lines where there were no literature support. And also after reviewing the relevant literature or the past studies relevant to the topic, authors need to justify the need of the study and identify the literature gap. Then they should link those literature gaps and their objectives, which is not there in the introduction. And secondly, I'm moving to the data and methodology. So I feel there should be a separate section for the study area, and authors should make it separate from the data and methodology. And also authors have not discussed much about the sampling strategy, justification for selecting 120 farmers, 60 as the experimental and 60 control. And there should be justification how they have selected the sample size, how they have constructed the questionnaire, how they have surveyed. So justifications should be there. And also authors have done many statistical analysis, but I feel that they selected a lot of independent variables, but justification for selecting the independent variables are missing. This needs to be done in terms of the available literature or the based on the field experience. So some justification of using those independent variables in the analysis should be there. And moving to the results and discussion, I found one interesting thing that the sample farmers who are using this SRI method, they have leased the land in comparison to the conventional farmer, but there should be some more explanation on this topic. And also I felt that there are a lack of discussion on the results, and just saying that the findings are similar or dissimilar to the previous studies is not enough. And the significance of the result should be discussed more elaborately so that we can understand more about the significance of the results in terms of the previous studies, and what kind of new results the authors have found, and what are the implication of those results. And also I have provided here a few examples where I need more explanation, so authors can see this later on. So then I feel that the constraints of adopting the SRI method is very important, but more discussion is required on this. And also, I would suggest the authors to separate the discussion section from the results. In the present version, the authors have combined the results and discussion, but I would suggest the authors should separate the discussion section from the results, and they should make more discussion about the results, because results are really very important. And in the conclusion, I will suggest the authors to restructure the conclusion. The conclusion is basically currently showing the summary of the study, and some policy implications are there. But I would suggest to make more concrete policy options, and authors should also highlight the novelty of their study and what kind of limitations are there in their study, and what could be done in the future or future studies, how they can be benefited from their results, or what is the future direction for further research. So I think if the authors are, can address all these comments, the paper will improve tremendously, and it's a really very good study and very relevant. So the presentation must be very much improved. So that's it, and I want to say, and thank you all for listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Preepa. We appreciate the time you've taken to look at the paper and make helpful comments. I don't know whether the speaker would like to respond to anything in particular there. We do have a number of Q&A questions as well. So,
okay, and I accept these suggestions, and we'll try to improve on the paper and submit, sir. No problem in that. We'll take all the things, of course.
Thank you very much.
Will be considered.
Thank you, great. So I just I go to a couple of questions, interesting questions that have been asked. Dr. Renendra Barman again has asked a question. They say that it's widely accepted that in SRI, water and other resource use could be optimized. The data set, though, for SRI and conventional practices of rice production needs some clarification whether the areas selected are in similar location in your study, and whether SRI and DSR under conventional production are compared, and perhaps also comparing the energy use in both practices would be helpful too. And then whether results of economic efficiency and technical efficiency are compared. So there's quite a number of questions in that one, but if you'd like to tackle any of those, that would be great.
Yes, sir. Actually, they were conducted. We have collected data from similar area only, and they are not geographically same area. So climate wise also they are same area from Kaveri Delta of Tamil Nadu area, where in which in the same district we collected all the data. And of course, there is direct seeded rices are there, but we didn't compare direct seeded rices. We compared only both irrigated rice, where in which SRI as well as conventional farms are compared.
Cool, great. And sorry, last bit about energy. You just answered that too, did you? Sorry. You didn't compare energy use across.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, actually, that's a simple study where in which we have taken, the horsepower of energy. Not we have directly cannot calculated actually energy use, but we have taken the number of hours of pumping of water, irrigation water by a pumping machine of similar condition, same energy. That was
So a proxy for energy is how long they pumped for. No, that's
yes.
Great.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, great. And a second question from an anonymous attendee, saying that if the SRI technology, which has been around for quite a long time, proved to be economically beneficial, why do you think then that there is relatively low adoption of farmers, or farmers generally aren't adopting it? So maybe our focus should be on why the adoption is low and the possible policy implications, whether there could be behavioral, institutional factors involved in that.
There are two things you must, in the adoption, you must take care of, management is very important. That's what I shown in the first table, which we must manage a plant. So you must plant one seedling in a place, which is very difficult actually. And that's why nowadays even government allows mechanized planting of 2 hills in a place. Like planting itself is a problematic, because when you give more space and planting, that gives more tillers. That means you get more grains. But that type of management you need more laborers, and more you must do field visit, everything. So that's what people, you need more care about plants. That is a little bit difficult task for even that is big farmers or normal farmers. Unless otherwise you take care on the field and you are interested in increasing your yield, that cannot be followed. And that's what you need. You have to make more awareness also. Of course, there are many technology, but it is we must make them to adopt, and we must make first. I said in my conclusion that we must make awareness about the technology, and then.
Oh, great. Thanks very much. I don't see any hands from other presenters, so I think we will draw this paper to a close. So thank you very much to the presenter and to the discussant, presenter for a very interesting paper, and for the discussant for some very helpful comments about how the paper can be enhanced. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So we move now to paper 15, the last paper of this session. The title of the paper is Intensification of Climate Smart Agricultural Technology in Semi-Arid Regions of India. So we're staying in India for this, Determinants and Impact. And our presenter is Shreya Kapoor, who's a research analyst at the International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI, in India. So Shreya, we're looking forward to your presentation.
Hello everyone. So today I will be presenting on intensification of climate.
Oh, sorry, you just muted yourself. I think, I don't know what happened there, or someone muted you. Is it? Okay,
so
you're
sorry.
good again. Yeah, that's
Am
good.
I audible now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay. Hello everyone. So today I will be presenting on intensification of climate smart agriculture technology in semi-arid regions of India, determinants and impact. So we all know that semi-arid regions is one of the largest agroclimatic regions in South Asia, with India having the largest share, around 34% in it, and the Indian agriculture is highly dependent on monsoons. Water scarcity along with environmental stress puts a limit on the agricultural productivity in the semi-arid regions. It has been projected from climate models associated with Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that temperature in India will increase around 3 to 4 degrees by the end of 21st century, depending upon the greenhouse gas emissions that are occurring at the current rate. Moreover, semi-arid regions will continue to expand, making agriculture more susceptible to climate change. Recent development and agriculture economics literature focuses on the importance of adoption of new agriculture technologies for the improvement in agricultural productivity and farmers' income. Various scientists have proposed that the use of climate-smart agriculture technologies, which are more are sustainable in coping up with climate change adversities. The use of these technologies not only increases the crop productivity and household income, but also ensures rural livelihoods and eases stress on natural resources, This has been widely stated in the literature. Various adoption options have been suggested till date, but advancement in distribution of technologies is one of the most important solutions to confront the worsening impact of climate change on agriculture. The long-term adaptation strategy in agriculture is learning by doing progress depending upon the agroclimatic, geographical, and topographical features of the region. To mention, some of the climate-smart agriculture technologies are direct seeded rice, laser land leveling, mulching, zero tillage, micro-irrigation, integrated nutrient management, and many more. So given this context, Government of Karnataka, along with CGIAR institutions, agriculture universities, and Indian Council for Agricultural Research formed a team to identify and demonstrate locally suitable and economically viable agriculture technologies to the farmers. The main issue arising was whether these technologies performed better than the improved technologies to enhance the crop yield and farmers' income or not. So given this backdrop, this study attempts to categorize the technologies based on intensifications that have been demonstrated through the above mentioned program and assess its impact on the farmer's income. Doing this will help us to do a comparative analysis between farmers' current practice, improved but not climate smart, and climate smart practices. Therefore, the study provides an empirical evidence on the effectiveness of CSA technologies in improving farmers' income in the semi-arid region. So to begin with, this is the classification of technologies between improved and climate smart. So improved technologies like improved seed varieties, integrated pest management, and nipping are those which only help in enhancing the crop productivity. While climate smart activities are those which not only increases the yield of the crop, but are also water efficient or nitrogen efficient or energy efficient. Like broad-bread farrow, it is helpful in increasing the yield of the crop as well as it is water efficient. Moreover, the direct seeded rice, it is water efficient and energy efficient. Similarly for others. So coming on to the data used in the study comprises of 4 districts of Karnataka, that is Bidar, Chikballapur, Dharwad, and Udupi. So a primary survey was conducted in 2018-19 from around 1,466 farmers. The sample selection was purposive based on the areas where the project Bhu Samriddhi was implemented to understand the impact, and the sample comprises of 60% of the adopter farmers who have adopted these technologies on different scales. Coming on to the methodology. Technology intensification is categorized into 3 categories: low, medium, and high. Low is the one who is adopting only one technology, medium, adopting any 2 technologies, and high, adopting more than 2 technologies. So the methodology that we have adopted to determine the impact is, firstly, we use a multinomial logistic regression to determine the factors affecting adoption of these technologies on different groups of intensified farmers. Secondly, for impact assessment, we use propensity score matching and inverse probability weighted regression adjustment method for the identification of impact of CSA technology intensification on farmers' income. So coming on to the data, the first table shows us the district-wise adopters and non-adopters. We see that around 40% of the adopters are from Bidar. Chikballapur has 25% among all of it. Dharwad has 21, Udupi has 12. So a total of 833 adopters and 633 non-adopters, making the total 1466 for the entire sample. The second table shows us the classification between the adoption of improved and different levels of CSA intensified technologies. So in Bidar, we see that 115 have adopted improved technologies, 6 have adopted low intensified, 62 are medium intensified, and 157 are highly intensified. Similarly, for Chikballapur, 57 have adopted improved technologies, 18 are low intensified, 81 is medium intensified, 58 farmers are highly intensified, making the total to 214. Coming on to Dharwad, 27 are the ones who have adopted improved technology, 77 are low intensified, 50 are medium intensified, 22 are highly intensified. In Udupi, 19 of the farmers have adopted improved technologies, 4 are low intensified, 29 is medium intensified, 51 are highly intensified, making the total to 103. So this table is the bifurcation of the 833 adopter farmers who have adopted improved and different levels of CSA technology, intensified technologies. So moving on to the results, first we try to discuss the key determinants of adoption of these technologies. So first main thing that we observe here is that the land holding size has a direct relationship with the adoption of technology. So as we can see from low, medium and high, the coefficient value is increasing for all the three land categories, whether it is small, medium or high, and it is a significant variable also. So we can conclude that landholding size plays a significant and a positive role in determining the level of intensification of the technologies. Secondly, coming to the education. Education is also positive, correlated with the level of technology intensification. Asset ownership. This is a very important variable which will help us in determining the adoption level and intensification level of the technologies. Livestock, Livestock ownership increases the chances of adopting low and high level of intensification by 2 and 8% respectively. Ownership of pump sets raises the adoption by 7% and 20% for medium and high intensification, while tractor ownership increases the likelihood of adoption of high intensification by around 13%. So we see higher the intensification, higher is the the asset ownership, higher the value is, the higher the likelihood for adopting high intensification of CSA technologies. Moreover, the wall chi-square from the regression that we adopted came out to be 296.50, which shows that the model is a good fit, and the log likelihood ratio was found significant in 1%, implying that the explanatory variables included in the models jointly influence farmers' probability of adopting different levels of technology intensification. Secondly, we move to the results on impact on farmers' net income through PSM and IPWRA methods. So in this, we just try to portray the impact of low, medium, and high over the improved technologies. And from both of these technologies, we see that the significant increase and the level of increase increases with the increase in intensification of technologies. So lastly, concluding, landholding, education, and asset ownership plays an important role in determining the adoption of technologies. This helps us to state the positive relationship between the risk-bearing ability and the adoption of technologies. A medium and high intensification farmers in comparison to low intensified farmers, and some of the policy prescriptions are that the small and marginal farmers should be encouraged to adopt at least one technology which can be further intensified. Education should be made mandatory at subsidized cost. Skill development is important, and there should be increase in the availability of machines at the custom hiring centers to encourage adoption. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Shreya, for such a very clear presentation and for keeping so well to time. It was great. And now I'd like to introduce our final discussant for this session. It is Mufaranagam Subramanian, hopefully something like his name, who's a senior advisor, consultant, author and visiting faculty, and an independent consultant in India. So welcome, and we look forward to your comments on Shreya's paper. Thank you.
Sorry,
Are you okay?
I'm just coming in.
Okay,
Just a
fine.
second. Just a second.
That's fine. No problem.
Just a second.
That's great. If you just present that, then we're should be fine. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Are you okay? Can you
Perfect.
see my slides visibly?
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to discuss the paper of Shreya Kapoor. Thank you very much for giving such a wonderful presentation of intensification of climate smart agriculture technology in semi-arid regions in India. She was mainly taking up the factors and the determinants and the impact of these determinants on the intensification of climate smart agriculture technology. Now, of course, the summary highlights technology adoption is key to improving agricultural productivity in semi-arid regions, improving the income and welfare of farmers through intervention technologies is important. The study tries to assess the impact of CST intensification on farmers' income. This is the objective of the study. She uses a primary survey of 1,466 farmers and econometric methods to analyze the determinants and impact of technology intensification. The results show that CST intensification has a positive impact on farmers' income. There is a rise in income for farmers who opted for high level of CST intensification compared to those of low and medium CST intensification of farmers. So they conclude the CST intensification as an effective way to ensure farmers' income security. CST adoption is increasing, but technology intensification is more important. This is what the author claims. The study finds that CST intensification has a positive impact on farmers' income, even after controlling for other factors and determinants such as education, landholding, and asset ownership. The study provides empirical evidence on the effectiveness of CST to enhance crop yield and farmers' income in the semi-arid region, which is very important in India. This can help policymakers to take necessary steps for upscaling to adapt CST to the adverse agroclimatic condition and the negative impact of climate change in the long run. The determinants selected for assessing the impact of CST intensification is mainly landholding, education, asset ownership. The study finds that CST intensification is the impact is stronger for farmers who adopt a combination of CST technologies. The major contribution is this study assesses the factors affecting farmers' decisions to adopt different levels of CST intensification. Results further state a significant rise in the average income of medium and highly CST intensified farmers in comparison to low CST intensified farmers. Now, coming to the strength of the study, the study's findings are important. Also, the study highlights the need to address the factors that constrain CST adoption. such as lack of education, land holding, and asset ownership. The study uses a fairly convincing sampling size of 1,466 farmers, econometric methods, everything is perfectly fine. The tablets, statistical data analysis charts provide an easy understanding of the contents. Excellent. Coming to the limitations, the study seems to have missed the following determinants for adaptation of CST. First of all, the determinants selected have not been justified. There are so many determinants are possible, but some of the things which they could have added, namely age, access to credit, farm size, soil type, market access, and the price factor. Price factor is one of the major limitation of the study, which I consider, that because the price factor criteria is determining the farmer's income, because when we are talking about the farmer's income is the ultimate objective. You are raising the farmer's income and you are finding the determinant. So the price factor is one of the factors, apart from other factors such as age, access to credit. This is another area where farmers are very much affected. That is one of the determinants which you have missed. Larger farms, of course, their land holding is different from the farm size, and also the soil type, which has not been taken into consideration. The market access also is not taken into consideration. Some of the suggestions in this connection is to incorporate the price factor, which is an important factor criteria for determining the farmer's income. Other such suggestions which you could also include being invest in CST development and dissemination. The government and other stakeholders should invest in CST technological developments, provide training and extensions, although you have mentioned the training services and other extension services. More emphasis should be given for the farmers to learn about the CST technology and to overcome any challenges that may face in adopting CST technology. The improved access to credit and market is one of the factors which is faced severely by the farmers, which can also be taken into consideration. Farmers need to have access to credit to invest in CST. They need to have access to markets also, where they can sell their produce at a fair price. This is very important again when we are talking about the fair price. Support CST initiatives at the community level, such as the initiatives implementing at the community level, such as cooperatives or the support from the councils, community. The government and other stakeholders should support community-based CST initiatives. So these are some of the suggestions which you could include in your paper to make it more stronger and insightful. The above suggestions help the intensification of the CST in semi-arid regions and the improve livelihood of farmers, well-being, and also naturally the income rise. Hence, these recommendations may be incorporated appropriately. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks to you. Thank you, Shreya, once again.
Thank you very much for those insightful comments. I don't know if Shreya would like to respond before we go on to Q&A.
Thank you for these comments. I think they are really, really helpful for us in improving the paper. So as you mentioned about the price factor, we had mentioned it as a limiting factor in our study as well, that we haven't considered for the price factor, as price variations are very dynamic in nature. So that point is well noted. Secondly, the factors that you mentioned about the age, access to credit, farm size, soil type, actually we didn't take these factors into consideration because this was a study that was given, the technologies were demonstrated to the farmers. So random sampling did not occur in this case. So we know who are the adopters. So we simply selected among those adopters farmers, and the non-adopter farmers were the ones who were in their neighborhood. So we didn't take these factors because these technologies were the ones that were given to the farmers irrespective of being randomly selected. So we thought if we take these factors into consideration, it will try to not give justification to the study because we know who are the adopter farmers. But as you mentioned, these are very important factors. And price factor is very well noted that it is very dynamic. Price keep on changing day to day. So this we have mentioned as a great major drawback to our study. Moreover, the comments and suggestions that you have mentioned about the policy implications have been well noted, and we will try to incorporate them in our study to further improve our paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got stuck on mute. Thanks very much for that. So we do have a number of questions as well, Shreya, so I will work my way through that. Ajad asks, could you elaborate on the definition of intensification that you used in the study? Does it refer to the number of practices adopted by producers, or does it encompass the actual extent of land area under these practices?
So as I mentioned in my presentation also, intensification refers to the number of technologies that the farmer has adopted. Low intensified farmers are the ones who are adopting one climate smart technology. Medium are the ones who are adopting 2 technologies, and highly intensified are the ones who are adopting more than 2 climate smart technologies. I hope that makes it clear.
Right, so you're not including the amount of their farm or their area that it's used on, it's the number of technologies.
No, not the land area. It's just the number of technologies that have been adopted by the farmers.
Perfect, thank you.
Can I correct this one? If I have understood correctly, it is not only the number of technologies used, the level of technology, because certain areas require highly intensive technology. Even if the number is less, I mean to say that, for example, when we are using the drones or artificial intelligence, such climate smart technologies, there are more effectiveness is more important than the number of technologies. Although the number of technology is necessary, but the effectiveness, which is going into the ultimately increasing the productivity or the farmer's income, etc. So how you use the technology, how much of technology you are using, and how effectively it is being used. These are some of the consideration. I think these are all
yes.
Encompassing the intensification. The word intensification means it is not the number of technology. I may use some 10 technologies, but each one, if it is not effectively used, and to what extent it is ultimately going for the benefit of the farmers, that is of no use. You have to have the effectiveness of the technology, which is important. I'm sorry if I have, am I correct, Shreya, in your paper?
Yes, it's perfectly fine. I just want to add here that the farmers adopted the technologies based on the various constraints that they were facing related to climate change, whether it was lack of water, maybe the soil, or whatever the conditions they may be. So they adopted in such a manner, but land area was not taken into consideration while we were trying to categorize the intensification of the technologies.
Cool, great, thanks. So the second question here, I mean, we've got the beep, we've got a couple of minutes, we're ahead of time. So Renendra, the study indicated that landholding and level of education have a direct relationship with adoption of CSA technology. In most cases, it observed that large farms there's maybe a probability of diseconomies of scale due to managerial aspects, and whether managerial ability and availability of CST on all sections of farms, including non-adopters, was considered. So I think the question is whether you captured managerial ability in here, and whether all farms had access to climate smart technologies, whether this was important as well.
So as far as I'm understanding the question, is that in large farmers, you can have diseconomies of scale is what the Dr. Ramendra is trying to say, because of the large landholding size. I would like to highlight here that where in Karnataka, particularly when we are focusing, a farmer who is having a large farm, he is not just planting one crop on it, because there is high unpredictability of the crop productivity that they are facing. So what they do is they are either going for multi-cropping system, or they are either trying to do intercropping. So I guess the chances of diseconomies of scale would not occur to them, because they are highly cautious about the losses that they have been facing over the years, and they are trying to adopt these technologies to cover up their losses that they have been facing. So I guess the intercropping or the multi-cropping system would try to avoid the diseconomies of scale that would occur to the large farmers. I hope that answers this question.
Okay, and I think the other part was, was there any way to capture managerial ability, or did you feel you needed to capture managerial ability?
No, actually, we didn't try to cover up this aspect.
Right. And I guess the other part was whether all farms had access to these climate smart technologies in your sample. Do you think it was equally applicable whether you were small or large, or some of these technologies were only available to some? Okay. I've got one more.
I think Barun sir would like to answer that question. He is raising his hand.
Okay, so if you'd like to answer that, that's great. Barun?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me this opportunity. Just to add to the questions people are raising, and I am really thankful to panelists and the people who raised the question. And basically, as Shreya mentioned, when we studied the adopters, they are adopted because the program was meant to provide the training and the dissemination of the technology. So it was not like randomly they have selected the people. So it was the group of farmers who were given the technology. Okay, so they might have thought, maybe if they are residing near to the Krishi Agriculture Science Center or somewhere. So it was completely the government's program's mandate. So our issue was that to see whosoever adopted this technology, who are they who adopted, what is their basic characteristic, how their education level differs from the people, those who have not adopted, how their landholding size differs, and whether there can be a relationship we can establish. And there was a question I saw in the chat box that there is no control group, then how we can estimate. So just to answer your question, that when we went to the field, we have first identified people who adopted. Then we identified the plots that's near to those adopters' plot, and then we try to track the farmers who is owning that plot nearby, because they will have similar agroclimatic conditions, similar access to irrigation and others, and we wanted to see how their yield differs and accordingly the income differs. So this is how we try to capture the impact of adoption. And the managerial skill, it comes when it's scaled up. I take that point. It has a lot of debate also. So I think Professor Amartya Sen's thesis comes there as a theoretical background as well. So we can think it up, but it depends when we scale it up. At this stage, this program is at very lower scale. We need some sort of institutional arrangement, as our Dr. Subramaniam mentioned, that there are some other issues like price factor, investment. Those are really important issues that we will take care into our paper as much as possible. So once it scale up, that means there definitely this kind of scale up issues managerial issues will come up. Thank you. I hope I
Thank
did
you.
not take much time. Yeah.
No, that's perfect, Baron, and thank you for answering the next question as well about the control group. So that was really helpful. So we just have one final question, and then we better wrap up as we're heading for time. So this question was about what's the potential for climate smart technology practices. I guess what do you think is potential to intervene for improving efficiency for rural farmers nowadays? I'm a little unsure exactly what it is, but I wonder whether it's whether your views on your overall views on climate smart technologies and the applicability to and suitability for rural farmers. Do you think there is a lot of potential in these technologies?
Yeah, I think there are potential to scale up these technologies, because nowadays the research and development also improved, and we tried, even our other research and divisions, they have customized the machines. Earlier there was a big machine for zero tilling and laser land leveling. Now they have customized the training to fit into a smaller plot. And there are a lot of other low cost technologies are coming up, like micronutrient and others are already there in the particular state in Karnataka. I think there is a potentiality for the smaller farmer to adopt the climate smart technology.
Cool, thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of this morning session on day 2 of the conference, and I really just really want to thank all the speakers and all the discussants for the quality of the presentations and the discussion, and also for all those who participated and asked great questions. I've learned a lot today, this morning, and I hope you have as well. So we're now so thank you all very much, and I will give you a virtual clap for all the presenters and discussants. We're now moving into the long break, so we will break for 50 minutes until 5 to the hour, depending where you are in Japan time, 5 to 2. And so I hope you have a good lunch break, and we will reconvene after this long break. So thank you all very much for your contributions to the session.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining back to this afternoon sessions. Afternoon sessions will be chaired by our colleague, a friend, and a distinguished professor, Dr. Sukanya Das. She is an associate professor and head of Department of Policy and Management Studies at Terry Schools of Advanced Studies, New Delhi. She has over 17 years of experience in teaching and research in the field of environmental economics. She is passionate about applying rigorous methods and tools to address complex and pressing environmental and social challenges. Her expertise lies in environmental valuation, choice experiment, auction mechanisms, pricing in water and wastewater sectors, waste management, renewable energy quantifications of health impact, and suitable policy prescriptions. She has published multiple papers in peer-reviewed journals, authored book and report, and presented at national and international seminar on this topic. Currently, she is involved with 2 ongoing research projects, Saraswati 2, which is 4 years project jointly funded by European Union Horizon 2020 Research and Innovations Program under grant agreement 821427 and by the Department of Science and Technology. And beside this, like, she has also contributed to T20 and T7 extensively. With this, may I invite Dr. Sukanya to please take on the floor and chair the session.
Thank you, Dr. Dil, for the introduction.
So I welcome all the presenters and the discussions and also the participants who have been today there for this afternoon session. So I'd like to introduce the first paper of the session, Climate Smart Agriculture in South Asia, Exploring Practices, Determinants and Contribution to Sustainable Development Goals by Dr. Naveen Johar. Naveen Johar he is the founder and the chairman of the Gopali Community of the Economics, and he has been consciously apply free market principles to unlock the potential in constructing into an inclusive and sustainable society. And the discussant of the session is Yong Sheng Tay, who is a senior researcher from University Putra, Malaysia. So I welcome both the presenter and the discussant for today's session. So yeah, Naveen, now you can start with the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. So hello, everyone. My name is Naveen, and today I am here to present our study on climate smart agriculture in South Asia, exploring the practices, determinants, and contributions to sustainable development goals. Just a moment. Here we will discuss about background of the study. That is basically climate change is adversely impacting the agriculture sector in South Asia. Frequently and intense drought, floods, cyclone events, heat waves, and altered rain patterns are reducing crop yields. In addition to being adversely impacted by the climate change, the sector emits greenhouse gases. And in this sector, the climate smart agriculture practices has emerged as a sustainable approach and having both adaptation and mitigation benefits. So here is the conceptualizing the CSA. Basically, CSA is an integrated approach to managing landscapes, croplands, livestock, forest, fisheries that addresses the interlinking challenge of food security and climate change. Its aim to tackle three main objectives. First is sustainably increasing agriculture productivity, incomes, adapting and building resilience to climate change, and reducing or removing greenhouse gases emission where possible. And interventions under the CSA is weather smart, water smart, seeds smart, nutrition, carbon smart, market, financial smart, or institutional smarts. And outcome is food security, nutritional security, financial security, and resources securities. So here we found the literature gap. Currently, several studies are conducted in South Asian region on the adoption of CSA practices. However, there is a lack of study that systematically bring the diverse knowledge from the sporadic studies spread across the different area of South Asia and can inform policymakers and stakeholders in devising effective policy options to achieve the SDG through the CSA. In this context, to best of our knowledge, the first to synthesize a finding from a wide range of literature on CSA. And the research questions we build here is the what are the current CSA practices being implemented in South Asia? What are the barriers and facilitators for adopting CSA practices in South Asia? And third is, how do CSA practices in South Asia contribute to sustainable development goals? So for these questions, we basically conducted the systematic literature review. And after these keywords, we found 284 study from the Web of Science and 234 study from the Scopus and 77 study from the Science Direct. And after the duplication remove, we got 431. And after the title screening, we had 279. And after the full text review of 184, we got the 78 studies. And after these 78 studies, we adopted during these studies, we adopted this is the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Basically, for article title, we discussed the article exploring farmer practices in managing climate risk, determinants of the climate smart agriculture or climate resilient agriculture or climate risk mitigation technology. Whereas exclusion was the impact of climate change on agriculture. The language, basically we use English, and other than the English, we put in exclusion. And the reason of the study is the South Asian country, and the unrelated to South Asian country, we put in exclusion. For inclusion, we use firstly for 1st January 2010 to 2013, because basically the CSA has been defined in 2010. The study published before 2010, we did not take about it. And empirically as well as experimental study we adopted, and perception-based article or secondary data-based article was excluded. And the unique study and imitative study we have excluded, and unique study have included CSA practices and its determinants and impacts. And unrelated to these practices, we exclude it. Then this is basically the journal informations about our study, year and country-wise publications on CSA in South Asia. Basically, here is a journal informations of the reviewed paper. This figure illustrates the publication trend related to the CSA studies in South Asia from 2010 to 2023. The research into the CSA started to gain moment. Here we can see clearly in 2014. Over the year, the research publication have upward trend, and the highest number of the study from 2 South Asian countries. One is the India, that is 43, and the second is the Pakistan, that is 19, followed by the Bangladesh and Nepal, each 6. Then here is the basically country-wise total and average sample size of what we reviewed the studies in our SLR. The screen study for this review collected a total 21,046 sample in this research. The size of these samples varied significantly, spanning from 10,551 sample in India to a much smaller set of 20 samples in Sri Lanka. But a contrast emerged in terms of the average sample size. Studies conducted for the Pakistan have highest average sample size of 365, and for Bangladesh it was followed by the Bangladesh, it was 358, and India with 245. And over South Asian, the average sample size across all the study is 269. So here is the practices adopted under the CSA in South Asia. The review identified several CSA practices in South Asia, such as mulching, direct seeded rice, cover cropping, double transplantations, farmyards, manure, permanent rice beds, soil fertility monitoring, residue incorporation, soil conservation, reduce and zero tillage, rescheduling planting, crop rotations, water conservations, climate resilient seeds, crop diversification, farm diversification, laser land leveling, water harvesting, and agroforestry. One of the interesting thing is that approximately 47% of the reviewed study are related to the climate resilient seeds, and followed by the reduce or zero tillage, that is 44% of the study. India stand out as a, here you can see the India stand as a sole country in the South Asian nation that has adopted highest practices, followed by the Pakistan. And here is the basically determinant of CSA adoption in South Asia. Determinant of CSA in South Asia is basically, we categorize in 3 categories, basically institutional factors, socioeconomic factors, and climatic factors. Socioeconomic factor, approximately 48% of the reviewed study discuss education as a highly significant, here you can see, and followed by the livestock ownership, age, land holding, farmer experience, and rural community and market access. And 90% of the study observed market inefficiency is a significant and negatively affect the adoption of CSA practices, as yesterday Professor Edward Barbie has mentioned about the subsidy and markets, and that is very much here we noticed one of the highest problem during this paper. We encountered that the problem of subsidy is not only destroying the market, but also became the incentive for use the resources in wasteful manner that we have mostly encountered. And here is the implications of CSA in Sustainable Development Goals in South Asia. We can see here screen study highlighted positive impact CSA practices in 8 SDGs of the 17. We observed 69% of the study highlighted positive impact CSA practices on SDG 1, that is no poverty, and 45% of the study on positive impact on SDG 2, that is zero hunger, and 43% of the study highlighted the positive impact on SDG 3, that is climate actions. So basically, here is the conclusion. This systematic review explored the state of CSA practices, determinants, and their impacts on achieving the SDG in South Asia. Two primary CSA practices, climate, as we have already discussed, climate resilient seeds, zero minimum tillage emerged as a dominant strategy in South Asian context. Besides, some of the study also reported other CSA practices such as rescheduling planting, water conservation, crop diversification, soil conservation, and water harvesting. The farmers who are educated, young, and have large land holding were more likely to adopt the CSA technology effectively. Besides, the increasing temperature, flood, and delay in the rainfall were also some of the major driving force behind the adoption of CSA in South Asia. It should also be mentioned that ICT play a vital role in effectiveness of the CSA practices. And the review underscores several positive contributions of the CSA to multiple SDGs in South Asia. It significantly enhances crop yields, SDG 2. It lifts small landholder out of poverty, that is SDG 1. Improve the food security, SDG 2. Promote goods health by reducing chemical use of food production, SDG 3, empower women farmer, SDG 5, conserve water resources, SDG 6, and aids in climate action, SDG, by reducing greenhouse gases. So here we will discuss policy implications that is very important and need of time for the CSA, and not only for the CSA, but also everyone, those who are even farmer or not, because establishing we can have following the policy implications on establishing training center for CSA practices with an emphasis on the use of ICT tools, and training should also targeted women, elderly farmers to bridge the gap, the digital gap in the technology adoptions, investing in strengthening ICT infrastructure in rural area for a greater reach, because ICT emerges as a major determinant of the CSA. Facilitating collaborations between small and medium enterprises and agriculture extension agent, enabling the local supply of CSA related technology, because under SME, the local supply chain or local people can provide the instrument for adoption of the CSA, supporting stakeholders, collaborations to pool resources, informations, and skill in promoting CSA practices, increasing market linkage for the CSA production and doing and value chains. That is a very important concept. And furthermore, acknowledging the importance of CSA in attending the Sustainable Development Goals would require the incorporation of CSA practices into National Development Agenda, Climate Action Plan, and agriculture policies. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naveen. So I now request Yong to put forward his comment as discussant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Naveen, for providing further clarity to what you have written down in your manuscript. And this is a review paper which serves as a library of knowledge for the previous research that has been undertaken in these areas of importance. So as we wait for Mami to upload my slide there, I will continue commenting based on what I have prepared. So in this paper, Naveen and the team advocates a targeted approach for policy intervention, and that's the preposition. And when we look at the three main objectives proposed in this manuscript, first, it is to summarize what are the current CSA practices that have been implemented in South Asia, followed by the identification of barriers and facilitators for the adoption of CSA in South Asia. And finally, how do CSA practices contribute to SDGs? Next slide, please, Mami. And further down as well. Next slide. Yeah. So for the three objectives that indicated in the manuscript, I think each of them deserves a very special and delicate care as well as focus, so that the library of knowledge is well inventoried for. So this is a positive note to the future work, perhaps to Naveen and the team, because when we look at the findings there, you'll find that there are a lot of important information are not captured for. So for example, if you look at the left chart there, basically Naveen and the team have presented how many of these practices have been accounted for by the number of studies. And if you follow the literature of technological adoption as well as innovation diffusion, in the case of agriculture, what is often critical to the knowledge of practitioners is that what is the current status of adoption, whether we are talking about the current uptake rate or we are talking about the dynamic process in which farmers are still considering how to and what to do about these practices. So those are some critical information that we are hungry for, especially in terms of providing the current state of knowledge when it comes to CSA. Moreover, in terms of the novelty of CSA, in many societal contexts, they are still considered as relatively new innovations to the local institutions as well as farmers. That's why the knowledge about the status of the adoption as well as the use as well as the consideration of CSA becomes relevant here. And I move that to the right-hand chart here. I think Nari and the team have done a very good job in showing us what might be the critical factors in driving the adoption of CSA. As much as that are helpful in providing us a background understanding here, I would like to encourage Naveen and the team to go further and then look at whether they are positively related and negatively related, and then what could be the potential explanations to some of those key factors, especially when we look at meta-analysis. There is a very influential factor we call that size effect to be considered in policy making, because the logic is pretty simple. If some factors are deemed extremely influential, then the policy emphasis should be given to those influential ones. So I would like to suggest these are the key ones to focus and consider in future work. Moving next to the next slide. And slowly I will come back to some issues of South Asia here. Now, here I would like to provide some recommendations when it comes to literature research, because as we see now, a lot of the search keywords here are very specific on the CSA, as well as some of the practices of CSA, and followed by the adaptation. And I think a keyword of adoption is not there. So we also need to consider about what are some other keywords that could be used interchangeably with what we try to address here. And there are also studies that might not focus on a country. It could be about subnationals as well. So I would encourage, there is an opportunity to actually expand the search keywords here. Next slide, please. Now, the logic I put up there is that it's always easier when we know the end is clear to us, and then we move forward to look at the social context that we are interested in here. So in South Asia, it is a very diverse region in terms of the climate as well as agriculture systems. So it will be very interesting if some of those CSA practices can be identified to certain areas, for example, in this map. Next slide, please. And finally, we also would like to see some logical reasoning as well as a ground to why we focus on South Asia. And certainly based on literature, we find there are a lot of good reasons to believe that there are a lot of work needs to be done in helping farmers to shift their agriculture system to the one that is more adaptive to the existing as well as future challenges. And I think IPCC has done a good work to show us that how severe the region is to future climate events. So I would like to stop here with a positive note to Naveen and the team that this is a wonderful job, and we would like to see more inputs as well as output from your team later. Thank you.
Thank you, Yong. Yeah. Any questions from the panelists? They can raise their hand. Okay. So we have no other separate questions for the session in the chat box. So Naveen, you will be having, you have to wrap up within the time for any of the clarifications of the question. So I have one question to you, like as you are doing a systematic review. So I could see that if some more estimates or the numbers could have been given, because when you're using the word South Asia, it amalgamates quite a lot of the findings across those countries. So I think that's a very good suggestion. And you might, if you could address within 4 minutes, some of the queries. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Here, someone has asked about was there any consideration of whether access to finance was an enabling factor for adopting CSA? Yes, we have countered this kind of determinants under this, and we have already mentioned financial constraint about it. And the second question is Ma'am Sanjeevani. Dear, thank for interesting study and presentation. South Asia, whether you have words such as climate change impacts or impact of natural disasters or for agriculture, because yet in this context, most study use such words or phrase rather than the phrase climate smart. Mostly researchers have used climate smart when they research on technology related research such as agriculture technology, but not for adaptations the method. Yes, sure, ma'am. I will improve this what you have mentioned, and thank you, ma'am. Is there any questions?
Any questions you like, any answers to the queries of Yong, or might be will, because still we have 2 minutes in hand. Yes, Naveen, any clarification you need to have for Yong?
Yes, yesterday, ma'am, I would like to remember again in yesterday morning, Professor Edward Barberi was there in keynote speaker, and they mentioned a very critically that the subsidy should be used for those which are natural climate smart technology, not for other. And in these papers, we also observed that the subsidy on this agriculture that is basically for rice and for fertilizers and these kind of subsidy are not good, and these are for as an incentive for use the resources in wasteful manner. And I think it is promoting the traditional agriculture, and the government should think about it.
Thank you, Naveen, and hope the suggestions and the comments will let the team to more improve the findings from the paper. So thank you. So we move to the next presenter, Dr. Sija Krishnakumar, who will be presenting the paper titled Acceptance of Climate Smart Agricultural Practices, Insights Through Theory of Plant Behavior. So Dr. Sija Krishnakumar is an associate professor at the Management Department, Christo Jayanti, Bangalore, India. And she has been working in the department for around 22 years, experience of teaching and the industry is put together. And the discussion for the session with this is the Muhammad Sadiqur Rahman, who is assistant professor of the Brawijaya University, Indonesia. Sadiqur is a lecturer from the Agricultural Socioeconomics Department, Faculty of Agriculture, and he has earned his PhD degree in agricultural economics from the National Pingtung University of Technology in Taipei, China. So I welcome the presenter, Dr. Sija.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us a small introduction. So let me start with my paper. So the name of the paper is Acceptance of Climate Smart Agricultural Practices and Insight to the Theory of Plant Behavior. So this is the paper which we have, I have gone through, I have prepared it. So let us look into it. Yeah, so just a background of this particular paper. So as we all know that why exactly the CSA practices has been introduced and what is the importance of that. The climate change mitigation, so that is one important thing, so that it can reduce the emission of greenhouse gas emission. Then talking about the food security, like we find that a lot of the temperature is rising and altered precipitation pattern, or when you talk about the increasing occurrence of extreme weather events. So all these things are impacting the crop yield. So that is why the CSA practice is something which is very important. When you talk about the economic stability, definitely CSA can bring economic stabilities by reducing the poverty and also rural development. Talking about the biodiversity conservations, agroforestry and crop diversification promoted, and then resilience to extreme weather, no doubt. This type of farming system will help to resilient to this extreme weather, and definitely talking about the vulnerabilities. So there are, especially some developing countries, we have that problem of, especially some community farmers find it this climate change as a big issue. So that is why the importance of CSA. So this is just a background of it. So here my study is all about the behavioral aspects of these farmers, how exactly they have accepted this climate smart agricultural practices. So I have used a theory of plant behavior. Based on that is the study is all about. So theory is having the independent variables like attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, behavioral intention, and then perceived behavior. So these are the things which we have taken into considerations for this particular studies. So this is to understand and predict the influencing farmers' decisions and the behaviors related to CSA practices. Again, if you talk more about it, so why exactly the study, understanding the behavior aspects in order to find out the specific barriers and facilitators, and to find out a targeted intervention, so that will help these farmers to go forward, so that they can make the more successful behavior change can be brought about and scale up the effort. So this is what the introductions related to this particular paper. So this is already, as I said about it, the theoretical background, so attitude, perceptions, and intentions, and to understand the cognitive process that influence the farmers' decisions to adopt these practices. Some of the literatures which I've gone through it, very crucial ones only I have put it here. It has been said that the climate change is having it is a big barrier for the country's growth. And then the climate smart agricultural practices, methods, and techniques will help to resilient to these climate change. So there are studies which has been, clearly mentioning about these aspects. So there comes the importance of CSA practices. And so definitely the goal of climate smart agricultural practices is to address the climate change. So in order to understand whether these practices are being accepted by the farmers, so the behavioral study is something which is very important. So that is why I have taken the theory of plant behavior. So many of the studies has been done related to that. So talking about the theory of plant behavior, so these are the variables which has been taken to considerations. When you talk about attitude, so attitude, we say that it refers to the farmers' feelings, the beliefs, the evaluation towards the CSA practices. The subjective norms actually says about the social pressures, or it can be the social influence of these farmers, whether to accept the or implement the CSA. The perceived behavioral control extends to the individual's belief that they have necessary, whether they have enough resources or the confidence which they have it, or it can the control over the external factors. All those things explains about the perceived behavioral control. The behavioral intention is about the willingness or the decisions in that particular, to go ahead with the CSA practices. The perceived behavior is a likelihood that they take up this CSA practices. And these are the variables which comes under the theory of plant behaviors. And then based on the literature reviews, I have taken two variables, that is perceived awareness and resource limitations, which has been considered as the mediators of this particular study. So the framework of this study is like this. So attitude, perceived behavioral control, subjective norms, and then whether there is any mediating role of awareness and resource limitations between them and the behavioral intentions, and what is the final impact of that on the perceived behavior. So these are the hypotheses which has been formulated. So first what I would try to do is that taking all these variables together and try to find out whether there is any impact on the perceived behavior. The second one is the mediating role of awareness and the resource limitation is being taken to considerations, as it has been shown in the previous model, the framework which has been shown. And then one more thing which I've done, tried to see to that, that I've done a discriminant analysis just to find out whether there is any distinction, discrimination between the groups related to the perceived behavior. So these are the things which has been, these are the hypotheses which is related to the study. And this is a methodology which has been adopted. It is, we have concentrated on the districts in Karnataka. Actually, meteorologically, subdivisions in Karnataka, 3 are there. That is the central Karnataka, then north interior Karnataka, south interior Karnataka. In that, 2-3 districts have been taken to considerations where these kind of a practices has been done in a large scale. So those farmers has been really targeted, and those people has been taken to considerations for the study. The sample size is around 492, and then multiple linear regressions, discriminant analysis, and Hayes process macros regression is being used for test mediations, and standard questionnaire is being used for that. So these are the questionnaire items which has been taken to considerations. Then about the analysis, the demographic aspects of the people who have participated in the study. So the age group, so we found that most of the people were below the age of 30. 372 people were below the age of 30. And yeah, sorry. Then coming to the education also, so we found that most of them have completed the 10th and gone to PUC. Some have completed PUC, some have not. But whatever it is, they have attended the classes at pre-degree level. And then the years of experience, most of them have 5 years less of experience. But even though they are having less than 5 years of experience, direct experience, but most of them having their family, from childhood, they have been seeing all these things. So they have much awareness about that is what we could able to find it. And most of the people, the respondents were males in this particular studies. So again, the next part, what I've done is that we have tried to see that whether there is any difference between the age groups related to the perceived behavior towards CSA. So what I found is that considering the age, education's different levels of years and genders, there is much of a difference between the if we take age into consideration or education or the years and genders, there is a difference related to the perceived behavior towards CSA. Then a correlation has been done, and they found that all these variables are correlated. And regression coefficient has been, from the table, it has been found that there is there is a correlation. There is the impact of perceived behavior on attitude, awareness, then PBC, and BI, that is behavioral intentions, but there is no relations between that is quite a surprising thing. There is no relation with the resource limitations and the subjective norms. So then the mediation test is being done. So here we can see that, so the first part you can find that attitude, the aware is what is being written here, awareness. So attitude and BI, the awareness related to that, what we found, the conclusion is that the partial mediation is there, but there is no mediations when you talk about the subjective norms and behavioral intentions. The second part of the mediation test, which has been done using the resource limitations, we found that there is partial mediations with all these variables. So that is what the final study, the results related to the hypothesis. The third hypothesis was related to discriminant analysis, and in that, what we found is that the resource limitations was the variables which is been discriminating the group of, what do you call, the perceived behaviors. It is into two groups. So that is what here which is being found through discriminant analysis. Then, this is the last part of it, which I've just done it out of my curiosity, just to find out that whether the behavioral intention is having any impact on the perceived behavior. So that is also found to be significant. So the final, the discussion related to is that, see, as I said, there is a difference in the age group, education level, and the year of experience of the farmers with accepting the CSA. And there is a positive influence of attitude awareness, perceived behavioral control. So all these things are quite positive on the farmers, but it has been found that the resource limitation is not real having an impact on the perceived behavior and even the subjective norms. It can be because the heterogeneity on the opinions and the beliefs within the farming communities. And it is, more understanding about that, it has been found that there is more evidence is what they required it for accepting it, and the resources is not at all a issue for them, because they have a feeling that they may get some kind of a support from the government or some other NGO or something of that kind. So that is what the study has been able to find out, and there is no mediations of awareness, and there is a partial mediations. It has been said that as the subjective norms align closely with the established social or cultural norms, individuals may perceive less of need of awareness to mediate the relationship. And the varying level of resources available to the farmers also influence their ability to accept and implement these practices. So what is the implications or some suggestions related to it is that, like, as I said, based on their own belief and considerations, that is what has been given much of a considerations. The CSA promotion effort should consider a range of individuals and contextual factors is one important thing which I would feel about it after doing the studies. And using this TDP, the interventions and strategies can be tailored to address the factors influencing the CSA acceptance, and resource allocation strategies also enable them to prioritize the CSA practices and manage the resources or seek cost-effective ways of accepting the CSAs, and making CSA practices visible. They help farmers help to accept them without any pressures. And then, of course, some kind of a targeted educational campaigns and training programs also may help the farmers to benefit the CSA practices. So finally, the conclusion is that the TBP provides a framework for understanding the factors that influence the farmers' decisions to adopt CSA practices, which helps in tailoring the interventions and the communication strategies to adopt CSA acceptance. These are some of the references which has been taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sija. So I now request discussant Shadikyu to take over to the role as a discussant and put forward for his presentation.
Okay, yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can see.
Okay, thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to say thanks for the opportunity to be the discussion of this paper with the title "Acceptance of Climate Smart Agriculture Practice Insight Through Theory of Plant Behavior." I think this is really interesting study, especially in this globalization era, with the climate change phenomena is already happened, especially for the agriculture sector. First of all, this is my summary for this study. This study examine the influence of attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control, awareness and limited resource on farmer intention and behavior to adopt the climate smart agriculture practice. And also this research is developed on applied the theory of plant behavior in estimating the determinant of climate smart agriculture practice. And also for the research method, this paper use cross-sectional data from farmers in 3 districts of Kartaneka and analyzed by multiple linear regression, highest macro process, and also discriminant analysis. For the result, the finding of this study show that the attitude awareness, perceived behavioral control, and behavioral have a positive and behavioral intention and perceived behavior have significant influence on the adoption of the GSA practice. And for the mediating role of awareness and research limitations reveal a partial mediation. And for my suggestion, firstly, coming from the research title, I think for the research title is need to be specified on the scope of the study. Maybe it's better to show the research location for providing the empirical evidence from this study. For the introduction section, firstly, the paper has already emphasized the climate-related issue in the introduction section. However, based on my investigation, and improve the value of this paper, I think it's necessary to include several points. The first is the author can provide several empirical findings or some data regarding the previous study that have been highlighted or have been documented how the impact of climate change on the agriculture sector around the globe. And also, secondly, it's important to include what has been done by previous research about the determinant of climate change adaptation practice, and also highlight what is missing in the previous literature. Finally, after the author have provide some discussion about the previous research, the author can provide and highlight in detail the research gap and also the research contribution. For the literature, for the next part, I think for the literature review, I think there's some section need to be rearranged. For instance, section climate change and agriculture in India, and also section relevant of climate change smart agriculture practice need to be considered with whether it can be included in the introduction part, or you can include or make some a section about the literature review. And also for the hypothesized development, some hypotheses need to be rewrite because some hypotheses found that not in line with the literature review. For example, for the hypothesized one, attitude, awareness, subjective norm, behavioral intention, research limitation, perceived behavioral control has a positive impact on the behavior to adopt the climate smart agriculture practice. However, in the literature review, the paper point out that the limited financial resource can be significant barrier to accept the climate smart agriculture practice. I think it's better to develop the hypothesis and the literature review for each part of your research model. For instance, for each part of your variable, for instance, H1 for attitude has positive on the behavior to adopt climate smart agriculture practice, H2, H3, and all for your part of your research model. Therefore, and also for the figure 1 need to be restructured based on the hypothesis you have been developed. For this research method, the selection of the research location needs to be clearly explained why this district were selected and also how many respondents were selected from each district. For the estimation strategy, need to be explained in detail, such as how you develop your model and also how you treat the latent variable in the regression analysis as your dependent and also independent variable. And also for the section analysis, I think it did not match with the content. It should be result or discussion section. For the result and discussion, to make the table one is more informative, I think the author need to include the quiz, the question or also statement for each indicator from your variable or from your latent variable, and also the goodness of fit of your model need to be present in the manuscript. And also for the table 3, present the correlation among the variable. Based on the result, many independent variables are significantly correlate each other. I wonder this finding or this result is your model have potential multicollinearity issue in the regression estimation. And also for the overall, I think please refer to the published paper in the mitigation and adaptation strategy for the global change journal as the place to publish for this conference paper, and we can restructure based on the published paper. And also some grammatical error need to be, and redundancy need to be thoroughly checked. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sadikyu. Any questions from the panelists? And we have not received any open questions. Yeah, so I have 1 or 2 questions, and then might be Dr. Sija can start off with a few of the queries. So what I could see, like I have some questions related to the methodology and the data, the way it has been compiled. Another aspect is that why those specific districts has been taken in Karnataka. Is it specific to any crop? So what is the basis of the districts that has been chosen that can be included as a part of the rationale? And finally, how we are coming up to the specific sample size. So these are the few of the queries that can be addressed. Now over to you, to Dr. Sija, to some of the queries from Dr. Sadikyu. And
Yeah, so regarding the methodology, these are these districts in Karnataka where this kind of practices has been utilized in a larger scale. So that is why these districts have been selected. So selecting the farmers and collecting the data, so it is like there is no specific methods depending upon the convenience of the volunteers. That is the way in which the data has been collected. Then, so based on that, so we have actually more than 500 data has been collected. It is like directly going to the farmers, talking to them, and related to the structured questionnaire which has been prepared. The questions has been asked, and the details have been collected. So some of the questions they were not ready to answer, so that is why some of the questionnaire has to be deleted, and whatever the remaining has been considered for the study.
Okay, some queries that Dr. Sadikyu, will we will be addressing few now, Dr. Sija, or might be later you can take over?
Yeah, so in that he has put it like hypothesis. It has to be put it because what I've done is that from the literature review, all the related to all the variables descriptions has been given, and then finally at the end all the hypothesis has been put. So that is the one thing which has been put. Then regarding the the model, the fitness of the models, all these things has been put clearly in the paper. I'm not sure why it has been raised again. So these are the things which I don't remember what are the other things which has been put forth by Dr. Rahman.
Thank you, Dr. Sija. Any other clarifications or questions from the panelists? Okay, I thank to both the presenter as well as the discussant for this paper. So I now like to welcome the next presenter, Noparuj Chindarasam Bacharon, who is the PhD candidate at the University of Cambridge. So he is in the Department of Engineering, University of Cambridge, and is a final year PhD candidate and a researcher at Thailand Development Research Institute. His research lies in the area of industrial innovation policy within the Global South. And the discussant for today's session is we are having Mojisola Kinde, who is the faculty member and the Landmark University, Nigeria. And he has been associated in the Department of Agriculture, Economics and Extension Program and holds a bachelor degree of agriculture in agribusiness and farm management. So I like to welcome the presenter for the presentation of the paper title, Enhancing the Adoption of Climate Smart Agriculture, a Motivations Perspective. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you to all the presenters previously as well. I think I enjoyed a lot of the presentations so far. And yes, today I'll be presenting my work on the adoption of climate smart agriculture, but looking from the qualitative perspective and specifically focusing on the motivations that drives the farmers into adoption of more sustainable agriculture. All right, and so I'm focusing specifically on one type of climate smart agriculture, which is to solve the issue of crop residue burning in Thailand specifically, where you might have heard from the news that in Thailand and also in many of the rice producing countries, a lot of the farmers, the way they manage these residues is simply by just putting it on fire and just burning it out in the open fields. Now we probably all know that this causes very big consequences towards the environment, where statistics and research says that 3.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions are directly from the burning of residues. And this is 3.5% of all the greenhouse gas that's emitted. It's not just 3.5% of agriculture greenhouse gas, for example. So that is quite a lot compared to just this very specific practice of residue burning. And it's also the partial cause of PM 2.5, which are small dust particles that's damaging for the environment and for the human health as well. Not only that, it damages the economics of these farmers as well, because it damages the soil and the future yields. However, it is a convenient and cost-free method for these farmers in comparison to the alternative, which is to sustainably manage these residues. Where you can see in the picture on the left at the top, where there are ways of managing, for example, by collecting the rice straws and selling it, or mulching, or incorporating it into the soil, as we have seen from some of the previous presentations today. However, this requires additional time, additional cost, additional effort from these farmers. But then, even with the high social attention put into this issue, the burning question inside me is, why are these farmers still engaged in residue burning when the government is also trying to solve this issue? And so looking towards the literature review, there has been a lot of research into the barriers that is causing these farmers to burn the residues. There are economic barriers, for example, the fixed and variable costs involved. There are also operational barriers, as mentioned. It's more difficult. It takes more time for these farmers. They might not have access to the resources required, for example, the machineries. And there are also behavioral barriers, and this is what's already mentioned in the literature. Now, there are also measures to promote residue management, for example, through subsidies for the operating cost and subsidies for purchasing the machineries required. Some governments also just completely just say they're banning burning, so you just simply can't burn. And also there are some governments who try to give information, provide some training and extension services to teach how they could or they should be properly managing these residues. Now, even with all of these measures, it's still prevalent, and we can see from the statistics that it is still prevalent. And so I try to look at this issue from a different perspective, where I'm introducing the human motivations aspect, which we define as an internal process that energizes, directs, and sustains behavior. And our research has suggested that existing studies, they have not really incorporated how these farmers' decisions are subject to human motivations, especially in relation to external support. And so, we have been trying to solve this issue from the conventional way, providing subsidies or doing certain actions that try to improve their adoption. But then I kind of step back and look more towards the internal factors of these farmers, what they are interested in, why they are motivated to do certain unsustainable practices, and then look at what the policies should be in order to kind of better target these motivation aspects. So I look at, I introduced three motivation categories, which was derived from the literature. First is controlled motivation, and this is the motivation that is driven by the desire for external rewards or the fear of punishment, where this is completely unrelated to the actual behavior itself. So basically, in terms of climate smart agriculture, we're saying that the controlled motivation for these farmers are things that are unrelated to wanting to improve the environment. So for example, if you're looking at the cost aspect of it rather than the environmental awareness side of it. So that's the controlled motivation. Next is the social motivation, which is the drive to seek recognition or acceptance from significant others. We've also seen some papers from this morning as well regarding social influence or social networks. And this is kind of the type of social motivation that I'm talking about. And finally, autonomous motivation. This means that the motivation that is driven by the individual's intrinsic interest or the alignment to their individual values. So we can compare it to the extrinsic and intrinsic motivation that we're already kind of familiar with. But I would say these three motivation categories, they are more suited and it kind of rearranges some parts of extrinsic and intrinsic motivation, and we can better link this to the external support. And I think through the analysis in this presentation, you'll understand more about the differences between the three. And so the research question for this study is how the external stakeholders can better target these motivations to achieve sustainable transformation, where I look specifically at the issue of crop residue burning. What is hindering them from properly managing the residues? What are their motivations for actually still burning? And also, the more important part is what are the enabling factors based on the interviews with these knowledgeable individuals. So the interview participants are those who have, they're quite big firms, or they are startups that have been working on the issue of crop residue burning and trying to influence a big number of farmers in stopping these the unsustainable practices. So we've interviewed the machinery company, we've interviewed technology startups, we have interviewed some farmer group leaders, some rice mills as well. And we also complement that with archival data, and then we perform a qualitative coding and thematic analysis. And so the findings from the interviews are that the reasons for non-adoption, they are quite well aligned with the literature. So there are increases in cost for these farmers. There are also lack of immediate benefits, where the benefits for many of the sustainable practices are realized in the long term rather than in the short term. But these increases in cost, increase in effort, increases in time requirement, these are all immediate costs for these farmers. And also in some regions, accessibility to machinery is still lacking. So it aligns well with the literature, but I would say the contributions of this study comes from talking about the enabling strategies, the solutions that these experts have suggested. And so one very big part of this strategy is the market-led approach, which in fact is the utility of market mechanisms to pay for the increase in cost of the process. So right now, we're kind of simply hoping that these farmers adopt the sustainable practices, which is quite difficult to happen, without the external incentives. And so what these experts suggested is that in a lot of the regions with the cattle industry, they have a lot less crop residue burning. And this is because there is availability of rice straw purchases within feasible distance of these farms. And this requires a balance between the cost and the income. What this means is that the cost of collection and transportation of the rice straws and the income from the sales of these rice straws. So one of the enabler is that the cattle industry actually purchases rice straws as alternative feed for their cows, and so this is one example of how the market can be utilized to pay for an increase in cost of the sustainable practice. There are also other industries, but due to time, I will skip that because the main one in Thailand so far is the cattle industry. And I want to talk about one other aspect of market-led approach, which is the carbon markets, which again is the bringing in of money from other places and putting it in to pay for the sustainable practice. Other strategies are also equally important because there are the extra effort required in performing many types of sustainable processes, and this can be reduced. The success cases that I have found is that the residue purchasers actually handle everything for these farmers, so they don't have to do anything. The buyers come in with their own equipment and they just kind of gather the rice straws and then simply just pay these farmers for the straws, for the residues, and then these residue buyers, they go and sell it someplace else. And so it requires minimal action from these farmers themselves. And then the other ones are also the farmer groups, which can help with the processes as well, and also some subsidies in a lot of places where there is no access to the residue purchases. And so in discussion and conclusion, I would say that a lot of the motivated farmers right now, they are still they're still looking towards financial and convenience issues, which falls under the controlled motivation category. Some of the interviewees talked about the social motivation, which is the social influence in places with less with a lot of residue management, or in places with less burning, they might be more inclined to not burn. And autonomous motivation is also, a lot of the interviewees mentioned that farmers, they don't actually want to damage the environment. Of course, they know that by burning, it releases toxic stuff into the atmosphere. But then it's because they are kind of forced somewhat to do so because of their financial situations right now. Yeah, and so in terms of the policies and interventions that is kind of trying to support these farmers so far, they're not directly solving the issue that we have mentioned. So a lot of the policies in Thailand right now is to raise awareness, organize events, teach how, what should be done, how they should be managing these residues. They have subsidies for machinery purchases as well. But in the end, these farmers need the support in terms of the incentives, the actual incentives to manage these residues. And the final slide for me is that the nature of sustainability is that, yes, there is a clear social benefit, but the private benefits for these farmers aren't clear. And so for a lot of the rural area farmers or farmers in developing countries, their control motivation is not yet fulfilled. And so it is very difficult to expect these farmers to kind of spend more on on conservation or on climate smart agriculture. And so facilitating this, bringing in the money from outside to help pay for the farmers is one of the more sustainable, more sustained solution for climate smart agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so now I request discussant Mojisola to take over to the session and for.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mojisola Kehinde from Landmark University, Nigeria. I'm to be a discussant for the just concluded presentation. So I will start first of all by talking about
Excuse me, Mojisola, can you put it in full screen mode?
Okay. Great. Okay, so I have the full screen now. So first, the first thing I will do is just to look at the general overview of the paper, which I put it as that the focus of the study of the presentation that was just concluded is on the issue of crop residue burning. Instead of adopting sustainable residue management, is trying to look at why farmers are still doing crop residue burning instead of adopting sustainable residue management. And then the location of interest was in Thailand, and it's because we have a dominant rice industry in that particular country. And then the study uses qualitative interviews, where they conducted the key informers interview for 7 people. And they justify why they use 7 people really, or they use qualitative interview. Then the study also employed a novel motivation framework, and that consists of 3 distinct categories. We have controlled, social, and autonomous motivation. And then it's also investigated the factors behind the lack of adoption, as well as identifying the key enabler. Sorry, apologies, I forgot I did not put on my video. So it also investigated the factor behind the lack of adoption, as well as identifying the key enablers for effectively promoting sustainable residue management practices. Then the research question, the study answered a research question on how can external stakeholders better target smallholder farmers' motivation to achieve sustainable transformation of the agricultural sector. Now, as part of the conclusion, I have a some minor comments really, but as part of conclusion, the study concluded that there are major barriers to the adoption of sustainable residue management in Thailand, and there are issues of current financial infeasibility and the high cost of effort that are involved. Another thing is that the policymakers have not adequately addressed the short-term thinking of farmers, and this has made the farmers to compromise the short-term profitability of sustainable residue management, even though not considering the long-term benefits. And then the authors also concluded that there should be a creation of demand for rice straw, and then the policymaker must be able to comprehend the concurrent motivation status of farmer and distinguish between
I'm sorry,
factors.
can I interrupt you a little bit? I think the slide is not moving.
Okay, I guess it's the network. But can you see the slide now?
It's on page 2 right now, on slide 2.
It's on slide 2. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to share again.
Right.
I guess it's network issue. Okay. Can you see the slide?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yes. Okay. So just like I said earlier, I have minor comments. So my first comment is that the methodology is well written, and the qualitative approach used for the study is also very apt. Then I wish to say this, that in line 30 and 39, page 6 to be specific, when the author was talking about the stakeholders that were interviewed, I was wondering who the stakeholders or the participants, who they were. Though I later saw that in table 3, where he listed all the 7 people that they interviewed. However, I want to say that before we get to that table 3, when we was talking about stakeholders that we interviewed, if I just put such as, so that at least we'll be able to follow the stakeholders that were interviewed. Then I also have this, that in line 56, 57 of page 6, when we was talking about the development was done by synthesizing the interview findings into the motivation framework presented in the previous session. Now, the previous session it was talking about is actually figure 1. So I'm just pointing out the attention. Instead of putting previous session, just put figure 1 so that the readers can follow through with the discussion. Then I also put here that the table caption should be, I noticed that for tables 1 to 3 that we have in the work, the caption were below the table. I want to say that for tables, the caption should be above. If it were to be figure, then it will be below. Then generally reading through the findings and discussion, I can see that the author provided the answer to the research question. So left to me, the paper is well written and it is very apt and it is also relevant to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a question from the participants. How to easily control the climate change factor for his agricultural growth? So we are taking over to this question. And if any other questions from the panelists, if you could raise your hand. Okay, so I request now Nopa to address few of the questions and to some of the comments by the discussant. Thank you. Over to you.
All right, thank you. I'm not so sure what you mean by controlling the climate change factor for easy agriculture growth. But by controlling, can you be more specific in which factors we are talking about?
That is not mentioned specifically in the question. if you could also take over some of the questions or the comments from the discussant.
All right. Yeah. So from the discussant, yeah. Thank you very much. I think I saw the minor comments. And yeah, I'll look into that.
I have one or two comments in regard to the stakeholders' response. I think if we could have some more, clarity about the categories of the stakeholders you have considered, and some of the responses or some of the estimates of the perceptions, how we could have some know-how, because mostly we are seeing, because taking into account of the paucity of the time, we are mostly seeing the some of the bullet points. So some of the perceptions that is coming up, that would be have been great. And throughout the presentation, I think we are not having any maybe of the S numbers or any of the figures, if it is a qualitative way you have tried to address, or any of the estimates. So how we are addressing the true information. So these are some of the issues might be. And if you are thinking from the perspective of that you have addressed for the crop residue burning, how your study can be taken further in some of the other South Asian countries, because in India, we also have a similar issue for the crop residue burning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, another one question from Dr. Raja.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Do we have some time?
Yes.
Okay.
We have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Nopa Rose, for your very nice, and I think you have really bring the burning issue of the burning residual of the farmers, and it's a very important one. And I think I was very much excited looking at the objective of your research, in which you are really trying to look into the motivational factor. But however, the methodology that you have taken leaves me with a puzzled mind that how you can be really sure of that. But I think at the same time, I think I would also like to suggest you that the topic of what you have really picked is a really important topic, and I think looking at qualitatively is fine. And I think the next level of things that you could do is definitely looking into the quantitative by collecting the motivation of the real farmers as a real data set. Right, so because you were more looking into the archives and the interviews, those are the also good things to look into. But I think first you need to look quantitatively, like what are the motivational factors. And I think one way of doing that is like running an experiments with those farmers, right? So for example, there could be an ample of experimental design that which you could really implement with the farmers once you identify whether they burn or whether they really do the sustainable practices of doing that. So maybe something you can really consider looking into that. So yeah, because I was when I look at your objective, I was excited that you'll be presenting something on the experimental side, but you were I think as a primary research what you have done could be okay, but yeah, you could consider. So more than a question, this is a kind of suggestion for you and for you even the future research, what you could really think of consider doing it.
Right. Thank you very much.
So might be we have 1 or 2 minutes. Maybe there is another question, Nopa, from that what to do when we predict for climate, especially when agriculture growing season is near. So you can take this question and
Predicts where climate, especially when agriculture growing season. Sorry, I'm a bit puzzled by the question. Sorry, let me try and understand it first. When we predict where.
okay, thank you, Nopa, and thank you, Mojisola, for your presentation, and as a discussant for your valuable time and interaction with the maybe in the session and with addressing some of the comments and the suggestions. So we have a very short break, around 15 minutes, and we will be coming back after the break with the next presenter. Title of the paper is Climate Smart Dairy Feeding Practices in Kenya, Determinants of Adoption and Welfare Effects. Thank you. So we will be having a short break and we'll start today's presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning from Kenya. My name is Masimburu from University of Nairobi, and we wish to express our gratitude to ADBI for the opportunity to present our research work on determinants of adoption and welfare effects of climate smart dairy feeding practices in Kenya. I'll be able to cover introduction and finalize with the conclusion and recommendations. Some background why we are looking at this is that poverty remains a major challenge in Africa, and while other parts of the world have made progress in poverty reduction, we see an upward trend in terms of poverty levels and the population that lives in poverty in Africa. Besides, the continent comprises the majority of the world poor at 60%, and poverty has been linked to household welfare. Just picking one of the household welfare outcome indicators, food security, looking at the pillars of availability, accessibility, and also stability, we see a close relationship between poverty and food insecurity. We therefore felt that agriculture is a key subsector that could help us in addressing the household welfare of the farming communities in Africa. We picked dairy as one of the subsectors in agriculture because of its promising potential in enhancing the income and addressing the issues of food security for the farming households. And looking at dairy production in sub-Saharan Africa, it is concentrated in the Eastern African region, which accounts for 67% of the milk that is produced in the continent. Among the countries in the Eastern African region of Africa is Kenya, which accounts for 10% of the 5.7% of the global milk contribution of the sub-Saharan Africa globally. And in the country, the sector employs about 3 million people, and it accounts for 4% of the overall national gross domestic product. Looking at dairy production, we find that feed is one of the key inputs that is used in dairy production, and it accounts for actually 70% of the dairy production cost. Nonetheless, despite being a critical input, we see farmers facing challenges of feed scarcity and also the quality. And this is because they depend on natural pastures, the forages that they grow on their farm. They are either susceptible to pests and diseases, and they're also of poor quality in terms of nutrients, and they have low herbage. They also use crop residues, which in terms of palatability and digestibility is quite poor. Besides, there's also the issues of climate change, which are compounding the challenges of feed availability and also the quality. And therefore, what has been happening is that researchers and also the extension service providers have been developing and also validating climate smart feeding practices. And some of these practices include drought-tolerant fodder species, developing species that have high herbage and are of high nutrient, and also encouraging farmers to diversify their fodder species on the farm, including aspects such as use of multi-nutrient blocks, enabling and also training farmers on how to prepare total mixed rations at home, and also the use of high energy protein concentrates. Despite these efforts, we find that the adoption of these practices remains low. And this was actually highlighted yesterday by one of the speakers, but it was not related to climate smart feeding practices, but it's also the case when it comes to climate smart feeding practices. When we look at the drivers of adoption, looking at the many studies that have actually looked at this issue, social economic variables, age, gender, income, and so forth and so on have actually been identified as key drivers. But we found a limitation in terms of studies that look at the characteristics of the practices and also where farmers learn these practices from, and the knowledge about climate change as being key drivers. Therefore, this is one of the key aspects that this study aimed at looking at, whether these three variables do drive uptake of climate smart feeding practices. Besides, we extended what has actually been extensively done looking at the climate smart feeding practices and seeing whether they impact the household welfare. Most of the studies again look at milk productivity, especially the natural science animal production kind of studies. But we extend that to also look at other 6 other household welfare indicators, and that is economic related household welfare outcome indicators, and also food security household welfare outcome indicators. And this is important because once we determine what drives uptake of climate smart feeding practices, then we can advise on what aspects the extension service providers need to look at to enhance uptake. And by looking at the impact of these practices on the household welfare, we are able to guide and also motivate farmers to be able to take these practices, and therefore we feel that this study is important. So the specific objectives of the study were to assess the drivers of uptake of 2 climate smart feeding practices, that is production of climate smart fodder, and these are fodder that are drought tolerant, high herbage, high nutrient, and also the use of climate smart feed concentrates, and these are aspects such as multi-nutrient blocks, the total mixed rations, and also the high energy concentrates. And these practices have actually been validated as being climate smart because they enhance the adaptive capacity of the farmers. They reduce emission of greenhouse gases by enhancing the feed energy feed conversion efficiency, which enhances enteric fermentation and therefore reduce methane emission from the digestion process. And also they enhance milk productivity. And we also determine the impact of climate smart feeding practices on 7 household welfare outcome indicators, and that is milk productivity and output, dairy milk commercialization, dairy and household income, and also poverty by looking at the proportion of dairy and household income that is spent on food. In terms of the research design, we relied on primary data collected from a cross-sectional survey from 5 counties in Kenya, which comprise the main milk production belt in the country on the farthest left of the diagram. And there are also some of the counties that have actually been targeted for intensive promotion of the climate smart feeding practices by different interventions, including Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Project and also the Africa Milk Project. They have tried to promote these practices among farmers. In terms of sampling, we relied on multi-stage sampling, where the selection of the counties, the sub-counties, and also the milk sheds was purposive, while the selection of the smallest administrative units, that is the ward, was they were selected using simple random sampling from the various sub-counties that were selected. And then we used systematic random sampling to select the respondents. We attained a 97% response rate from a sample size of 683 that we had initially calculated and anticipated. We estimate the drivers of uptake and impact using the multinomial endogenous switching regression. And here we have 4 regimes: uptake of the 2 practices in isolation or independently, and their combined uptake, and control as the non-adopters, farmers who have not taken up any of these practices. And then the estimation proceeds in 2 steps. That is the estimation of the selection equation. And here we relied on multinomial logic. And the next stage is determining the impact, where we used the endogenous switching regression framework and looked at the actual and the counterfactual scenarios and the outcomes of the 4 regimes, that is the treatment and the control, to be able to determine the impact. And we find that there's likelihood of self-selection bias and issues of endogeneity. But for self-selection bias, we relied on the IMRs, inverse Mills ratios, which were estimated from the selection equation, that is the adoption equation. And these were entered into the outcome equation when estimating the impact. Besides, we also used instrumental variables, and these were mainly the sources of information and knowledge about the practices. And we found that 3 were admissible through falsification test, and we found that they jointly influenced the uptake, but they were not significant for the 7 outcome variables. For heteroscedasticity, we did bootstrapping of the standard errors with 100 replications. What did we find out? We found that majority of the farmers are actually taking up the 2 practices in combination, and majority are learning about these practices from more than 1 extension service provider. In terms of drivers of uptake of climate smart feeding practices, we find that our 3 variables that we were keen on, that is the sources of information and knowledge about the practices, and also the characteristics and knowledge about climate change were actual drivers of the of uptake of climate smart feeding practices. Just to emphasize, in terms of what we found out about these three key variables, is that the sources of information, and this here we were looking at the government extension, the private extension, the non-governmental, and the farmer organization extension, which are actually the main formal extension providers. If you look at the Kenyan system in terms of extension service provision, we've adopted a pluralistic extension system where multiple providers can do that. We see that they increase the likelihood of joint uptake of the practices, and in terms of the characteristics, availability or the perceived availability of climate smart feed concentrates enhanced their uptake, while opportunity to try climate smart fodder production practices enhanced the uptake. In terms of knowledge, it was important for climate smart fodder production practices. Other drivers were having formal milk selling arrangements, issues of risk attitude, social capital, as well as sex education experience, and also the milk shed. In terms of the impact, while uptake of any of the practices enhanced the dairy productivity and output, we see that the highest increase in milk yield and annual output per household was more when farmers combined these practices. In terms of the economic impact, we also see that while the all enhanced dairy commercialization, dairy income, and household income, combined uptake enhanced uptake of had the highest impact in terms of dairy income, while uptake of climate smart feed concentrates had the highest impact in terms of the dairy commercialization and household income. And this could be explained by the commercial nature of these practices because they are more of market driven. In terms of the food poverty, and here we were looking at the proportion of dairy income and household income that is spent on food. Again, we see that combined, while all of them again reduced food poverty, highest impact was through uptake of the two practices in combination. What can we conclude then? Sources of information and knowledge about practices, their characteristics and knowledge about climate change, formal milk selling arrangements, risk attitude, and social capital are key drivers of uptake of climate smart feeding practices, and joint uptake of these practices enhances milk productivity and output, and also dairy income, and reduces food poverty. Nonetheless, you're also seeing that climate smart feed concentrate had highest positive impact on dairy milk commercialization and household income. What do we recommend then? There's need to strengthen the pluralistic extension system where we could leverage on the strength of the different extension service providers for intensified promotion and learning about these practices. And besides, it is also important that we increase knowledge about climate change, and also adopt practice-oriented learning for climate smart fodder practices. On the other hand, for promotion of climate smart feed concentrates, we need to make them available and also adopt or rather emphasize on having formal milk selling arrangements. We also recommend joint promotion and combined uptake of the two practices because they are promising in terms of enhancing or improving the household welfare of the farming communities. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. So now I request the discussant, Bright, to share the ideas.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm just trying to share my slide. Thank you. Please, can we see the slide? All right, so I think I have to go. Thank you very much, Mercy, for the presentation. And I think it's very insightful and has a lot of prospects. And here are a few comments that I want us to take into consideration. And first of all, I would like to just give a brief summary of the entire, the presentation, the paper, and the write-up. I think it talks about a huge economic potential for the dairy sector in Kenya, and then also ways of improving household welfare. And it highlights the fact that one key thing that is really, really of essence is feed, and it plays a very key role in dairy production. And so the key objectives include the determinants of adoption of climate smart feeding practices, and then also the adoption of climate smart feeding practices. I mean, its impact on milk productivity and sorry for not sharing my video. I didn't realize it. Yeah, apologies. And so the objectives, we're looking at the determinants of adoption of climate smart feeding practices, and then also the impact of adoption of climate smart feeding practices on milk productivity and output, as well as economic well-being and poverty. So in terms of the methods, 655 dairy farmers were selected across the counties as he presented. The key treatment variable was climate smart feeding practices, and then the outcomes were milk productivity and output, economic well-being, and then also poverty. The control variables were these variables, and then the major and of importance and of essence is the instrument, which is NGO extension and FO extension. So in terms of results, the climate smart feeding practices were found to be influenced by these factors: socioeconomic, resource endowment, risk attitudes of farmers, main information sources, and then others. And then it also talks about the combined uptake of climate smart feeding practices, significantly influencing milk productivity and then also output, as well as reducing food poverty. In terms of contributions, I see this paper to provide contributions such as the multiple impact of the treatment. In fact, in terms of the climate smart fodder and then concentrate, in terms of the dairy industry, there has not been much in terms of this multiple treatments adoption and how that impacts on welfare. So that is a strong point for the paper. And then also the use of the right model for the assignment is also key to the paper. The policy implications focus on pluralistic extension systems, and I think that's also a very strong point. And then also knowledge about climate and change, enhance practice-oriented learning, and that is also key. So in terms of suggestions, these are a few suggestions to improve on the write-up. First of all, there's no clear-cut definition of climate smart fodder and climate smart concentrates in the paper, in the write-up that I received. They just mentioned climate smart fodder, climate smart concentrate, but when we say climate smart, what do we mean in terms of the fodder? Under what circumstance would we say this particular fodder is climate smart and that fodder is not climate smart? But that distinction was not very clear. So now when you are even asking the farmer, how are you going to present the information to the farmer? That's a very important thing that the authors should look out for in improving the quality of the paper. And then in terms of methodology, the instruments that were presented, there was no test of admissibility of the instruments, and therefore justifying the choice of the instrument. I realized that Mercy mentioned it, but in the paper that we received, we didn't see any test results, and therefore it's important that it is pointed out so that the necessary action will be taken. And then, in terms of the methodology, the measure of poverty used is not consistent with the literature. It seems inadequate and inappropriate measure of poverty. Because authors use the proportion of income spent on food as a measure of poverty. And for instance, if I spend a low proportion of my income on food, and then most of the food I consumed in the household were food I produced, because of that, I spend less on food. Are you going to consider me as food poor? These are questions that the authors need to really look into. And so it will be exciting and important to consider Foster et al. 1984's approach to measuring food poverty. And that's where he uses indicators such as poverty gap, head count, and then poverty gap index. That will be helpful to improve the quality of the paper. These are a few minor other comments. The currency on which the outcome was measured, for instance, household income, was not clear in the paper. It has to be included. It's important. In table 4, You can include standard deviations as well to enhance the quality of the presentation in Table 4. And in Table 5, it's not clear what the figures in parentheses represent. The inclusion of off-farm income in the estimation of the result in Table 5 can result in multicollinearity because it is inherent in the household income. So you have to look at it critically. And then also in Table 5, for that same reason, if you want to really justify the inclusion of the off-farm income, then you could do a multicollinearity test to justify, and that can make a strong case for the inclusion of the off-farm income. In Table 8, it's unclear what the figures in the table represent, whether standard deviation or standard error is not clear. So please clarify. And then when all these things are clarified, it might have implications on the policy recommendations that the paper would put out there. Thank you.
We have 2 more questions, open questions. Okay. So one clarification is in regard to the instrument in the ESR. And another has put forward of the giving maybe the thank you in regard to the impact of climate on the storage of fodder, etc. So over to you, Mercy. Yes, there is also one question from the panelist of how much of this feeding practices cost to implement, and did any of the training extension services provide cash or kind support, and do ask farmers whether they adopted as a result of the training extension or some other means. Yes, over to you, Mercy. Can you unmute? Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know what has happened to my screen, so I'm not able to unmute. So I'm using my phone to respond. Okay, thank you very much for the feedback by the discussion. And just to clarify a few of the issues that has been raised, the first one is what makes the practices climate smart. That's something that we can address by elaborating further, because other studies, especially by previous researchers on these practices, they have actually been documented as being climate smart, and different aspects have been looked at in terms of reduction in greenhouse gas emission, enhancing adaptive capacity or resilience, and also productivity. In terms of the admissibility of the instruments, I think that's a key aspect that we overlooked when reporting, but the tests are available and we'll be able to include them in the paper. In terms of food poverty, we used food poverty proportion of daily income and household income spent on food, relying on the Angels law, whereby the law states that poor households spend higher proportion of their income on food or on food. So that is, it was used as a proxy, and we do not have the data. I like the proposals, the head count, and poverty measures. Unfortunately, we did not have that data, and that is why we used proxy variables for that. We'll also be able to look at the paper by Foster et al. 1984, and also get some insights on how to measure food poverty using the variables proposed even for our future research. In terms of multicollinearity of farm income as a variable, we did multicollinearity test, and these are results that we could also provide there. And off-farm income is not measured in terms of quantity, but we measure it in terms of whether they had off-farm income, yes or no, as a dummy variable. But again, we'll be able to provide those results. In terms of the tables, we'll be able to clarify what each table represents and what the figures represent. We also asked farmers about where they were learning these practices from, and they were able to indicate whom they were learning these practices from. Let me see the other comments. cost-benefit analysis of these climate practices. It's very important, and this is something that we could actually be able to look at in our future work, because actually, when you look at the uptake of these practices, cost is a major hindrance, and it would be important that we undertake cost-benefit analysis, not just the impact from the household welfare perspective, but also seeing whether these practices actually do they enhance farm performance in terms of cost efficiency? Are they affordable to the farmers in terms of the real cost and the benefits that farmers derive? That's a very important feedback for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Few of the questions are also there from Mr. Stephen. I think you have already addressed that question of the cost-benefit analysis. Yes. So we move on to the next presentation, which is titled as the effects of using climate smart agricultural practices on factor demand and input substitution among the smallholder rice farmers in Nigeria. So for this specific session, we are having the presenter Toluwala Eniola, who is a lecturer in the Department of Agriculture, Landmark University, in the specialization Agricultural Economics and Extension program. And our discussant for this session, for this paper, is Professor Pradit Ranjan Jaina, who is an associate professor at the National Institute of Technology, Karnataka. And he's been working also extensively in the area of environment and resource economics. So over to you, Toluwala, and if you could upload your presentation.
Thank you very much. I don't know, can you hear me?
Yes, can you make it full screen?
Okay, thank you. Trying to see. Okay. Is my screen? Can you see the screen now?
Yes, you can start.
Thank you very much. All right. Once again, my name is Toluwala, and I'm here to present a paper titled Effect of Using Climate Smart Agricultural Practices on Factor Demand and Input Substitution among smallholder farmers. Nigerian population is projected to exceed 400 million by 2020. And in Nigeria, 80% of the food that we consume is produced by smallholder agriculture farmers in Nigeria. And researchers have shown over time that these farmers are facing challenges of climate change, and it has reduced the productivity of these farmers. And because of this, the Nigerian government, in partnership with several organizations, have been trying to promote the adoption of climate smart agricultural practices. And the reason for this is because these practices have been observed over time, even with researches, to show that one, it increases the yield of farmers, and two, it helps to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases, and also it makes farmers to be resilient to the effect of climate change. And so over the years, they've been growing interest to increase the adoption of these practices. And in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Nigeria in particular, there's been growing interest in helping to increase the adoption of climate smart agricultural practices. And it has been observed, however, that these practices are actually labor intensive. And also there is need to now begin to look at this particular dimension of this study. And so recent studies have shown that there is a growing case of rural outmigration in Nigeria, where young farmers or young folks in the rural sector, where we have the the majority of the small older farmers in Nigeria, that is where we reside, and they're leaving the rural sector for the urban sector, and some actually are leaving the country entirely. So this is a huge problem, and then we need to now begin to look at the dynamics here. And so limited research have examined climate-smart agricultural practices on labor dynamics and inputs. And so there is need for a comprehensive study on labor dynamics and substitution on effects of climate-smart agricultural practices. This paper assessed the suitability of climate-smart agricultural practices in Nigeria, particularly this period where we have labor shortage. And it's actually very topical and very timely, because the outcome could inform sustainable development policies in Nigeria. This is the framework that was used for the analysis. Similarly, unregulated regression was used to carry out the analysis of the study, and also own price and cross price elasticity was also carried out in the study, and this is the analytical framework. Measurement elasticity of substitution too was also carried out to clearly see how this rice input can be substituted. The study was carried out in 16 states in Nigeria, and these states are chosen because they are prominently known for rice production in Nigeria, and these are the states as presented here. And from the state level, agricultural blocks were selected, 3 agricultural blocks were selected, and 2 extension cells from this block. And in total, 1,500 smallholder rice farmers were are the respondent for this study. And information that with regards to climate-smart agricultural practices adoption and socioeconomic characteristics and their farm production information were elicited from these farmers. And from our results, we can see that the average age of the smallholder rice farmers in Nigeria is 45 years, indicating that they are still in their active years of production. And we can see that the smallholder rice farmers in Nigeria is mainly dominated by male farmers. Only 9% of them are actually female farmers. And also on the average, we can see that the average educational year for smallholder rice farmers in Nigeria is 8 years. So they have a decent level of education. And also, surprisingly here, you see that 62% of the farmers have access to extension agents who we know from studies have been the source of new information to the farmers. And also 95% of these farmers are members of Farmers Association, which shows that farmers are actually to an extent knowledgeable about climate-smart agricultural practices. So that brings us back to the question of, if they are aware about the benefit of climate-smart agricultural practices, then why is the adoption rate still low in Nigeria? And that is why we need to begin to look at factors that actually hinder this thing. And labor, like we have identified, is a major one. And so let's look at the adoption rate here. So from this table, we see that there's a general low adoption rate of agricultural practices. And we can see that just 9% of farmers, smallholder rice farmers in Nigeria, practice organic manure, and then 19% of them practice crop rotation. The only climate-smart agricultural practices that enjoy a little increase in adoption is minimal tillage of just 55% of the farmers adopting this. Looking at the effect of climate-smart agricultural technologies on factor share, we can see from the table here that most of the climate-smart agricultural practices are actually labor using. If you look at the labor part of the equation, we see that they are labor using, meaning that if farmers are to increase the adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices, they would need more labor to encourage them to adopt it. That is the implication of what we're looking at in the table. Only agroforestry is labor neutral. Every other climate-smart agricultural practices are actually labor demanding. And then we'll look at fertilizer. However, fertilizer and pesticide, we can see that they are labor saving, meaning that rice farmers actually, if they are going to keep adopting climate-smart agricultural practices, do not necessarily need more of pesticides and the chemical-based inputs. And we can see that mechanization also is labor using, that farmers actually, if they are to adopt climate-smart agricultural practices, will need to engage in mechanization. So in summary of the previous table, what we're saying there is that a major factor, a major necessary factor that farmers need is labor. And then looking at the the input that is used in rice production in Nigeria, that is the seed, labor, pesticide, and fertilizer, we see this is a table presenting the cross and the own elasticity of demand of these factors. The values in the diagonal of this table, painted in red, are the own price elasticity of these inputs, and they are all negative, and they are all less than 0, except pesticide, which is 1.0125. The other ones that are less than 0 shows that they are inelastic, meaning that increase in price of this input will lead to a decrease in the quantity demanded of this input, which is a normal basic law in economics. But pesticide, however, is elastic, meaning that an increase in the price of pesticide will lead to a much more decrease in the quantity demanded of pesticide. And also, figures above and below gives an indication of the cross price elasticity of this input. And if you look at labor, for example, pesticide and fertilizer, for example, you can see that labor is the values that are positive indicate substitute, while values that are negative indicate complement. And so labor, for example, if you look at it from here, it shows that pesticide and fertilizer are substitutes to labor, meaning that if there is an increase in the price of pesticide and fertilizer, it will lead to a reduction in the demand of pesticide and fertilizer, which conversely will lead to an increase in the demand for labor. And if you look at the rest of the table, you can see the interaction between them. So meaning that if there's an increase in the price of pesticide and fertilizer, more labor will be demanded. And this is something that we need to look into. And to actually explain this table better, we use the Morishima elasticity of factor substitution, which actually used to give a clear indication of the magnitude of the substitution. In the previous table, we only knew that they can be exchanged, but here we can see the magnitude, which one is much more substitutable than the other. And so looking at it again, it's now, but looking at it from a different perspective, we can see that pesticides actually have 0.5067, which is higher compared to 1.2060. They are both high. I'll quickly watch today. So from the table, from the study, we can see that climate agricultural practices are generally low among smallholder rice farming in Nigeria, and that also climate agricultural practices use are generally fertilizer and pesticide saving, meaning that they do not require the involvement or the use of chemical-based inputs like fertilizer and inorganic fertilizer and pesticides. And also we can see that a lot of variation exists between the mechanization and the seed inputs that we have. And we can see that demand for most of production factors, except pesticide, were inelastic. And so there's a study that I read where the federal government were trying to increase the price of chemical-based inputs in a way to help agricultural production, but it wasn't really effective, because even from this study we can see that fertilizer is inelastic, meaning that if the price is increased, the demand will not really change like that. So that might not be the solution to this problem here. So we need to begin to look at other ways to begin to address the issue that is limiting the adoption of climate agricultural practices, and that is the angle of labor. And then we look at all climate agricultural practices cause significant increase in labor demand. So what is the recommendation here? We need to now look at Nigerian government. We need to now look at how we can transform the agricultural system in the country such that the youth are involved in this business, so that they don't keep leaving, and then the labor demand that is needed to increase its adoption will not keep diminishing with time. And then we need to begin to look at policies that encourages adoption of climate agricultural practices like the ecosystem, paying for ecosystem services, which I've seen, which works in other countries, can also be adopted in Nigeria to encourage farmers to adopt the climate smart practices. Thank you very much. The study was done based on a grant gotten from ECOWAS in partnership with federal government agency, AFD, French federal government agency. Thank you very much. These are the references.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now I request Dr. Pradyut for his comments and suggestions as discussant.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also the presenter. It was a nice presentation. So do I have to share my slides or it will be shared from, yeah, there is share screen option. Okay, please. Okay. Just a second. I cannot see my.
Hello.
Hello. I can't see my own screen. That's
Yes, it's fully dark. I don't know. I think it's a problem with your PC. Professor Gina?
Just a
Maybe your
second.
camera is covered up. We don't know.
Okay. Select a camera.
If you're not able to upload,
Yeah.
Now we can see you, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, now I share the screen.
Right.
Sorry for the waste of time. Yeah, can you see it now?
It's coming. Okay.
Yeah. You can make it full screen.
All right. Thank you. All right. So the paper is a very meticulously done in context of Nigeria. So I just quickly summarize. I won't spend much time on it, as it is the case in many of the African countries and South Asian countries. That agriculture is the main sector and the food security depends on it. So obviously it's important that we give notice, we take notice of what's happening in that. And given the climate change effects, which with very stark warnings from different agencies, we know that there are urgent actions to be done. CSA could be a solution. It could address some of the issues, especially the adaptation of the small and medium-sized farmers to the problems, to the challenges posed by climate change, and also increasing productivity sustainably. So in this paper, few of the CSAPs have been examined, like zero tillage, crop rotation, agroforestry, etc. So the objective is clear-cut, though I have a comment on that later on. That is to assess the appropriateness and suitability of these practices in the Nigerian context, and to see the input substitution, especially keeping in focus the labor demand, as labor demand is scarce. Like I said, it's pretty much global now, labor shortage in agriculture sector. So given that, those are very topical issues and objectives. So, and the data is based on 1,500 smallholders, which is quite decent and good sample size, I would say. Yeah, so the results that the study found shows that the CSAPs, the adoption is generally low among the rice farmers in Nigeria. And except pesticide, all other inputs are price inelastic, which the author says that it's quite expected. So they suggested for context-specific analysis and so on. So I'm coming to my comments, which can be discussed. The results shown in table 2 in the paper needs more justification, because some of the coefficients or how the variables are used needs more more careful explanation. What is probably missing is a technical description of the econometric model in the paper. I tried to find it in the paper, but the SUR model has been used. But what are the specificities of this model and how it fits in this context, and whether it is a system of equations or it is a single equation model. So those things probably needed to be more elaborated for the sake of clarity. That's why I had some confusion. Hence, I also have a point, the very last point on this slide actually. whether the prices of inputs and the APCSPs, as I understood, they are explanatory variables, but are they used in the same equation? Or maybe the author can actually explain this point. The other one is the rice output. Rice output is used as an explanatory variable in the cost share, factor share equation. So when factor shares are the dependent, the rice output is independent. So why it is so? What value does it add? Okay, and also there are some details, but maybe I go to some of the main comments that I have. Actually, this paper found that APCSPs are labor demanding, that is more labor is needed. So in specifically minimum tillage. Minimum tillage requires more labor according to the author. But some of my papers with a couple of papers here I have put here. The one Jaleta is published in Agricultural Economics and mine published in Journal of Cleaner Production. Both are done in Ethiopia and Kenyan context. And we found that minimum tillage is actually labor saving. It saves labor, not demands more labor. So that sounds a bit contrasting here. So maybe the author can comment on it, how these findings are different, how we found different findings. And I want to also know a little bit more on labor and mechanization substitutability. Are they substitutes? As the labor becoming more, scarcer, can we substitute with mechanization? So how the findings add up here? Okay. So also the CSA practices are mechanization saving. What does that mean? Does it mean that the sustainable agricultural practices requires less mechanization? My expectation was that it requires more mechanization, right? We have to use probably more equipments, small size tractors or rotavators or threshers, harvesters, those sort of things in order to be able to easily adopt these practices. So, and one last comment, I want to finish it off, is that the suitability of CSAP, that is the central part of the paper. But there is a parallel objective and the parallel narrative going on in this paper, which is elasticity of factor demand and input substitution, which I did not find much relevance or much resemblance with the climate smart agriculture. So why is this other strand is there in the paper? How does it fit? Okay. I don't know whether I made sense. So finally, my suggestions is, I think some more insights are needed regarding the factors that may influence climate smart agriculture practices adoption in Nigeria. Okay, what factors actually influence their, apart from labor? Labor might be a very dominant factor, but there might be other factors which the paper is a bit silent on. Also, the analysis on can we measure the impact of CSAPs on rice output? So that was also part of my earlier comment that rice output was used as an explanatory variable. Can it be used as an impact variable? Now we can measure the impact on it. I think many of the papers in this conference have done it, the impact. So some more contextualization required. The author concluded that there should be more context-specific studies. What do you really mean by that, context-specific studies? So maybe if you can provide a policy implication in a more clearer way, then the paper definitely would increase in value and it would be very good and contributing. So, and also last one is irrigation. You have seed, mechanization, pesticide, fertilizer, and so on. But irrigation as also a major component that is missing in the cost shares calculation. So that can be added if you have the data on that. Okay, so I finish my, but I can follow up later on if required. So I finish it here.
Thank you so much. So over to you, Walase for some questions. So there is also another question in the chat box where there is a clarification regarding that the study found that the adoption of CSA was low. So any reason for the low adoption among the farmers? And some of the questions that has been put forward by discussant, if you could address.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the contribution. I really appreciate, and I've taken note of some of the contributions you mentioned, sir, and they'll be included to make the research more robust. Okay, but to answer the question that have been raised, I would like to start with the question from the comment that it has been found to be low, and any reason for a low adoption among the farmers. I think this question actually is the reason that went into the research. The adoption, they make their decision based on good reasons. So they've seen that, you know, to engage in these climate smart agricultural practices, some of them, like I've earlier mentioned, demands, you know, and I think I need to mention at this point that we're looking at smallholder farmers with not too large expanse of land. And so in Nigerian context, they make use of hired labor most times to engage in this rice production. And that's why there's more comments on hired labor with respect to production instead of mechanization. And so, and that is why we feel that or the research has indicated that the labor is one of the unavailability, like I earlier mentioned, you know, is one of the reasons why there's a low adoption. Actually, from research, we've seen that there are other reasons too, you know, low funds, you know, also lack of awareness about the importance of these practices, also part of what contributes to this. But this research, I've seen taking it a step further to look at other factors that, you know, probably is not in the public eye yet, and that is where the labor part comes in. And the moderator mentioned that we should include rice outputs as part of the dependent variable to look at the impact of adoption of the output. Yes, I've taken note of that, and I'll discuss that with my team. We'll look at that. And the reason why we actually use the rice output independent was to see the effect of this input, the demand of this input or the production, to see just to verify what we are trying to research on, to see which of these demand, these inputs actually plays a vital role in this rice production. But I think you give another perspective to it. So we're going to look at the impact of CSA on the rice output, making rice output the dependent variable. Also, I think you make mention of the substitutional relationship between labor and mechanization. That I hope I got that question noted there correctly. That's, I should explain the relationship between labor and mechanization. I don't know if that was a question the moderator asked, but okay. And again, in this context, I don't know if I got the question right though. I don't know.
Yeah, and there are one more question in the open question. Maybe you can take it and later you can answer. You can type the answer. There is a question which you can take and you can later answer it. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Toluwalase. Yeah, so we are just in our ending session where we have the keynote speech on the future design by Tat Suyusi Saijo, who is been specially appointed professor in the Institute for International Academic Research, Kyoto University of Advanced Science, Japan. So he received his PhD from the University of Minnesota in 1985. He conducted theoretical research in mechanism design and public economics at the Ohio State University, the University of California at Santa Barbara, and Washington University at St. Louis. And he has been working quite a lot in maybe when he was at University of Chicago, he began to test theories in the experimental laboratory and conducted public goods experiments. So as for theoretical research, he showed that it is impossible to achieve society goals for a non-excludable goal such as climate change without reducing individual incentives. As a result, he has conducted future design research at Osaka University, California Institute of Technology, Hitotsubashi University, and Kochi University of Technology, where he coined the term futurability to describe the idea that striving for the happiness of future generations contributions to the happiness of the current generation. He was a lead author of the IPCC's fourth assessment report. He is also a member of the Science Council of Japan, a representative of the Experimental Social Science Project supported by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, and Vice President of the International Economic Science Association 2010 to 14. He is also the chairman of Future Design IA. So I welcome our keynote speaker today to take over to the session. Thank you.
Maybe, okay, so maybe take like 2 minutes.
Excuse me, we are just waiting for Saizo Sensei to join. Like he was here, but I think because of internet, he got logged out. So we are just trying to get him back.
Okay.
Yeah, he's joining. Good afternoon, Sensei. Yes, we can see you, Sensei. Can you hear us?
Yes, Saizo Sensei.
No, because internet. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sensei, we can hear you.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
I have been having a trouble.
So Sensei, like I think you missed our chair for the day. She already introduced you.
Wow.
So now the floor is yours, and every one of us is waiting to listen to you. We are really excited, and we are very honored that you are here with us. So please, Sensei, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. And sorry about that. I have to restart my computer. All right. Thank you very much for inviting me to talk about future design for the survival of humankind. I'm Yoshi Saijo at Kyoto University of Advanced Science. Wow, what was the greatest invention from the 20th century to now? What is it? Can you make a guess? Like airplane, Wright brothers airplane. Oh well, could be Oppenheimer's atomic energy. Or you may say man on the moon. Young people may say this way, Chat GPT, Sam Altman. However, Sumil said, wow, the Haber-Bosch process. Let me go over Haber-Bosch process. More than 120 years ago, Crookes gave a speech, inaugural speech of British Academy of Sciences. He said this way, England and all civilized nations stand in deep, deadly peril. What? As mouths multiply, food sources dwindle. He also mentioned about humans would begin dying of hunger in large numbers sometime around the 1930s. Because guano is the poops, okay? Poops of birds, animals imported from South America began to deplete. And he said, the only answer was to find a way to make synthetic fertilizers, picking up nitrogen from the air, make fertilizers. Haber-Bosch, they responded this question. 1913, Haber and Bosch made a new process using nitrogen, water, and fossil fuel, and they created ammonia cheaply, immensely. Ammonia becomes fertilizers. Fertilizers means food, protein, DNA. What about explosive? Ukraine, Israel, these countries have been using the explosives coming from ammonia. And both of them received a Nobel Prize in chemistry. This is a picture of Opal plant. Wow, let me go over our history for the last 1 century or a few centuries. Haber-Bosch created ammonia using air, water, fossil fuels. Ammonia becomes nitrogen fertilizers. For the last 60 years, more than 10 times, nitrogen fertilizers or active nitrogen is very harmful to our planet threat. UNEP's estimation is that US $340 to $3,400 billion, huge amount of threat. Nitrogen fertilizers means food production increases, Borlaug's the Green Revolution. Borlaug also received Nobel Peace Prize. The population increases about 2.5 times. What? Nitrogen fertilizer is more than 10 times. Population increases 2.5 times. Wow. Most of the grains get into cattle. We want to eat nice meat. Imagine, half of our body are coming from organic fertilizers. Half of your body are coming from Haber-Bosch. Imagine Haber-Bosch, they didn't succeed in inventing Haber-Bosch method. Population could be much less than now. See? And the population increased, and then we started using fossil fuel quite a lot, about 4 times. Let me go over the history of fossil fuel consumption. 14th century, Black Death means about 1/4 of the people died. Population goes down means that human wage goes up. So many people went to urban area. The source of energy of urban area is wood. Wood price goes up. In London, they found very cheap coal. Important thing is pumping water stored in coal mines, so expensive. So people started using steam engine, means industrial revolution, conversion from organic energy to fossil fuel or fossil energy. Now we are experiencing climate change. We have been so focused upon the benefit of nitrogen and carbon cycles that we have postponed the threat to the future generations. Wow, what's going to happen to the next? Overshoots in every aspect of ecology. Rees, he is the inventor of ecological footprint. He says, towards the end of this century, through the collapse of economy, means collapse of civilization. At the same time, population goes down so rapidly. I'm not so sure what's going to happen. But, however, important thing is science and technology means so many future failures. That's an amazing story. One of them is the population increase. Wow, population increased quite a lot, more than 10 billion people. However, United Nations projections are always underestimated. For example, here, the 2.3 billion in Africa. However, the 2017, 4.4 billion, see, always underestimated. I'm going to give you a very simple example. So many islands in the South Pacific. Each island is a kind of the experimental site. I'm going to talk about Easter Island. The 5th century Polynesians arrived. During this period, vegetation cleared for agriculture. This affects soil fertility, means soil erosion. Wow, 15th century, there was about 10,000 people there. However, until 17th, somehow they maintained some forest cover. However, cut down forests for agriculture, fuel, and canoes, and conflict over resources started overshooting. After that, 1850s, king and his son, men of great health, went to guano mines in Peru as slaves. Population goes down quite rapidly, almost nobody. Important thing is, are we here, this pink part, are the entire planet? I'm not so sure about that. So many future failures. Why? I just want to go back to our human natures. Robert Sapolsky, he's a neuroscientist. He said this way, 3 important human natures. Sociality. We are intensely social, and our fastest types of intelligence are social skills. This is wonderful, right? However, see, this is a kind of the Western thought, human versus the others. We have to change our ideas from Western to Eastern philosophy. We are all equal, including trees, rivers, animals, and so on. Next one is contrast. Wow, outside is getting darker. I heard a huge noise. We have to prepare for that. Our brain is more interested in contrast than absolute. Important thing is imagine some evaluation function. We don't want to stay at a location where the slope is so high. Think about at the top of the mountain, the slope is 0. So means the contrast is the kind of the optimality principle for the short run. Next one is impulse. The dopamine reward pathways in the brain light up on brain imaging tests when we go for the impulsive immediate reward, we do have these three properties. What's going to happen to the future? Pauli Charlotte, she's also a neuroscientist. She said this way: we are creatures who forgot something awful in the past, pursue pleasure now, and consider the future optimistically in order to survive. Once, we understand these four are very important nature or human characteristics, then what's going to happen? Pay attention to contrast and impulse. What's going to happen? Wow, people may fight each other. Hobbes created a kind of a narrative, stories. Wow, contrast, impulse may make people to fight. For this reason, we have to make some social contract. Social contract means we can obtain liberty and equity. Beyond liberty, we do have free markets. The king determines the price. No way. Supply and demand supposed to determine the price. What about equity? Wow. Representative democracy. Everybody has some, just one vote. We can find some leaders. In addition to that, what about science? Meaning that Bacon is the employer of Hobbes. We are the people who are supposed to control nature. Means science, right? These three important pillars in a society, this society may change our natures. Society could be getting smaller and the rest are getting bigger. That's my understanding. Then, what's the problem? Science or engineers, they want to do whatever they want to. They may not think about the future. What about market? Future people, future generation, they don't have any money in the current market. They cannot buy their resources from our current market. What about democracy? Imagine once you want to be a mayor of your city, once you say, if I'm chosen, I'm gonna ban entire usage of vehicles using fossil fuel, chemical fertilizers? No way. Can you win? Wow. These three are very important pillars of a society. However, lack of eye to see the future. Wow. So many scientists have been talking about planetary boundaries, nitrogen or phosphorus or CO2. CO2 is here, right? Wow, what will happen? However, we need to design social systems. That's the beginning of future design. Of course, that's a tiny step. One small step for designing our future is futurability. Key concept of future design is futurability. Imagine when we are short of food, parents may give their food to the children, right? This makes them happier than before. I say this way, a person exhibits futurability when he or she experiences an increase in happiness as a result of deciding and acting to forego current benefits, as long as it enriches future generations. And I say future design means designing and implementing social systems that activate futurability to control various cycles. So it means that we have to activate our futurability. That's the very important part of future design. Think about two axes. Way of thinking is here, right? In economics terminology, preference profile. Here, institutions. Once both are fixed, then what's going to happen? is traditional social sciences, right? In the latter part of the last century, given people's preference profile or thinking or behavior, we may change our institution, or we can design institution to attain efficiency or equity. These days, IPCC, SDGs, Future Earth, they want to change people's behavior or thinking. Fixing institution means that without changing institution, can we do that? We don't think so. Emergency, just using, for example, behavioral economics, we can reduce 1% of CO2. What? We are heading for 100%. For this reason, we have to change or we have to redesign institutions. That's the beginning of future design. Emergency, humanity, social sciences, sciences. Wow, we can understand human thinking, behavior, and nature. For this reason, we can solve problems. However, we are changing to this way, designing some social systems or mechanisms to change human thinking and behavior. Then we have to check it in experiment or in real practices. In order to measure these changes, we are using humanity, social sciences, and science, a kind of the opposite of traditional research. So society is getting smaller, and the rest of the three has been getting bigger. Then what will happen? Can we, or can humanity survive? I'm not going to talk about next year, 2 years later, 100 years later, or 500, 1,000 years later. Can we survive? We have to make a new social contract. What is it? Keyword must be survivability. So many people have been talking about sustainability. However, I'm talking about survivability of human beings. Science, market, and democracy. These are very important pillars of a society. I'm not going to talk about that. We're abandoning these three. Important thing is we have to bind these three. We have to make some viable social systems. Then we can activate our future ability. Wow, people activate future ability may change our system. This kind of thinking. So we started conducting future design research. Important thing is imaginary future generation. See? Wow, we started making some theory. We have been conducting so many experiments. We understand that it's possible to design social systems that activate future ability in laboratory, field experiment. So we started conducting many practices. See? Yahaba Town, Suita, Matsumoto, so many Japanese cities. And we understand that, wow, future design could be very effective in practice too. Now let me show you some very simple experiment. I cook up intergenerational sustainability dilemma game. Very simple one. 3 people get together. They can talk up to 10 minutes. They are supposed to choose A or B. Once they choose A, experimenter gives them $36 instantaneously. 3 people are supposed to divide the money among the 3. B, 27. Which one would you like to choose? Which one? Of course, A, right? However, I made a kind of condition this way. Once you guys choose A, next generation A and B must be reduced by 9. If B, small amount of money, No change in the next generation. Which one would you like to choose? Can you activate your future ability? Unfortunately, these three people chose A. Then they are gone or they die. Next generation comes, three people. Wow, because previous generation chose A. For this reason, our A and B has been reduced by 9. What shall we do? Three people talk up to 10 minutes. Then they chose B. Wow, in the future generation, people may be in trouble. Then they left, they died. Next generation comes. Well, just because the previous generation chose B, our A and B stayed the same as before, 27 and 18. Three people talked about 10 minutes. Even if so, see, we want to go for the money, A. This kind of game, see. Then, what if one of the three becomes an imaginary future person? What is it? Just choose one person among the three randomly. And I say this way, this person negotiates with the other two people on behalf of people who belong to later groups or representing future generations. However, future generations, they're not going to give you any kind of reward. The money that a person receives will be divided according to the method decided by the three. Where does this idea come from? Iroquois. Whenever, here, see, Lake Ontario is here, these are okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 tribes made a union or federation. Whenever they decide something important, they imagine themselves as members of the 7th generation in the future. Actually, I'm the founding father of the US, George Washington or Benjamin Franklin, they actually went to their meeting to make united, okay, to make 13 colonies. These colonies supposed to be united, okay. US Constitution borrows so many ideas from Iroquois constitutions. Iroquois constitution called a great binding law. Same kind of story, Amami Island in Japan, do whatever considering the 7th generation in the future. What about philosophy? John Rawls said, wow, you may be rich or poor, young or old, see, forget about your nature, using the veil of ignorance. Then think about our future. Neuroscientists talked about theory of mind. We can understand other people's mind or pretend like somebody else. What about political scientists? They are saying that, wow, children or babies, they can have some voting right. They cannot vote. For this reason, parents can vote for them, see, proxy voting. There are many other ways. Imagine us as members of the future generations. This might activate future ability, avoiding our future failures. Now, let me show you our experimental result. See, from generation 1 to generation 5, actually generation 6 is here. However, imagine we are the last generation of human being. We may want to use every resources, right? No way to leave the resources for the future generations. Here, see, A. Here, see, here's the AABBA. Percentage of B is 28. Without imaginary future person, then what will happen? I introduce imaginary future person among the three. Wow, percentage of B goes up 60%, more than double, right? Important thing is, using our current democracy means 28. However, binding democracy using imaginary future person means 60%. Changing our institution may change our outcome. That's important. We also went to Bangladesh using general public, not students. Important thing is here, Dhaka, urban area Dhaka, right? Imaginary future person is there. However, people who chose B is 31%. No imaginary future person means the usual case, right? 29, almost no difference. Statistically, no difference. Are there any ways to design some other new mechanism? So we set it up this way. Stage 1, all three supposed to be the next generation. See, once they are the next generation, see, what about the decision of the current generation? Think about that way. See, stage 2, all three come back to the current generation. Then they are supposed to make a decision between A and B. Once both decisions are the same, the process ends, right? If not, use majority voting. So it means that stage 1, okay, once we use, okay, this kind of system, 31% goes up, 85. Agri-forest area, the using imaginary future person, 86%, 86% of the group chose B, right? Wow, very close to agri-forest area. Wonderful, right? Important thing is stages 1 and 2, they are new social system part. Stage 3 is the traditional democracy part, right? Majority voting. Important thing is binding majority rule by the future design mechanism may change the outcome. We also went to Nepal. Raja conducted this experiment. In Kathmandu, of course, percentage of choosing B is much, much higher than Bangladesh here, Dhaka. Here, we don't want to use imaginary future person, so we used accountability mechanism. Stage 1, 3 people supposed to make a decision and leave the reasons why to the next generation. Means that, wow, we are supposed to, okay, make a reason why to the next generation. Stage 2, advice on decision making to the next generation. Changing this way, wow, percentage goes up from 64 to 85. In Japan, we are not using accountability mechanism in public decision making. Public officers, they can hide. They are not, okay, they may, they mean that citizens can ask them, please show us your reason why. However, they may say, no, they do have the right to say no. So it means the accountability mechanism or advice to the next generation may change the final outcome. That's also important. As a part of future design, we started using past design. I'm going to explain past design. We conducted Kochi is a prefecture. Forest land is about 84. So I mean that almost all the area is forest. The one of the poorest area in Japan. So I mean that we used Harvard case method, then provide some history, current status, problems, and 5 policy options for Kochi forest. Participants were general public. What are 5 policy options? Status quo, intentional neglect, minimum care, maintenance of forest roads. Finally, conversion to recreational forest. And we recruited about 200 people. We randomly divide them into two, about 100 and 100. Now let me explain 100 people. They chose recreational forest. After that, 4 people get together, means so many groups. Each group has 4 people. Please talk about future forests of Kochi. Please choose one option. They chose minimum care. Here, the rest of the 100 people, please read newspaper articles from the past. Meaning that this article is not related to forest. Like for about 30 years ago, whenever people listen to music, we used black record. That time, from black record to CD, means that people started using CD. And several newspaper articles have been talking about that. Once we started using CD, people can make some copy of music. Music industry can be shrinked. So many people have been talking about that way. One nice advice from the current generation is this way. See, I'm going to introduce just one. A person said this way, wow, you guys have been fighting that way. However, almost nobody has been using black CD or black record or CD. People are supposed to download music. So stop fighting each other. Please make nice music, then I can listen to. That kind of advice. After that, they chose forest roads. And four people make a group, and so many group, and they went to future, means imaginary future generations. Then they chose forest roads. Important thing is conventional deliberation method for the minimum care. However, our past design discussion method chose forest road. Now you can understand the changing our system may change our final outcome. Now I'm going to talk about practices. The first one was Yahaba. Yahaba town is located in Iwate Prefecture. Iwate Prefecture's capital is Morioka City. Just beside Morioka City, Yahaba is there. Population is about 28,000, small town. Around 2015, Japanese government asked every city and town to please make some future plan for 2060. And Yahaba town decided to use our future design method. These are people, right? And we made 2 groups thinking about the future from the current generation. Here, people wearing a happy gown, right? Happy means a kind of the festival jacket. Once you guys wear these happies, you can go to 2060 without changing your age. Please think about current Yahaba from 2060. And we conducted about 5 sessions. And the important thing is current generation think about current problem as future problems. For example, even in 2060, we don't like the shortage of elderly people's care facilities. That kind of talk, right? However, imaginary future people are so creative. I'm going to give you just one example. Yahaba town has a small mountain called Nansho Mountain. At the top of the Nansho Mountain, there used to be the starting station of Galaxy train. Kenji Miyadawa, who is a very famous writer, who actually climbed up this mountain. At the top of the mountain, he created a beautiful story called the night of galaxy train. Everybody in the town knows that. For this reason, people thought about Nansho Mountain supposed to be a natural park for Kenji Miyadawa. Then so many people in Japan can come to us. That kind of ideas. Miya Takahashi has been watching the, wow, am I 5 minutes more? Okay. He declared Yaba is a future design town in 2018. So he made a future strategy office. And he created a comprehensive future plan using future design. Here, 83% of items or proposals are coming from future designers. And we also made some interviews. I thought about me as a current person, me as a future person. These people are fighting each other in your brain. However, imagine a future person told us this way. Wow, thinking these people using the higher point of view or social point of view. And also they say this way, thinking me as an imaginary future person is my enjoyment. Thinking me as an imaginary future person, even after a session, go to supermarket, I naturally think me as an imaginary future person. The important thing is change in thinking and way of life. This is also important. Usually, one is here. I went to City Hall. City Hall people told me I'm supposed to think about our future, future generation this way. Cognitive pictures are totally different. So we also started a climate change adaptation. Imagine, wow, temperature goes up in 2023 here, right? Here, 1850 is around here. What's going to happen in the future, 2050? Could be this way, right? So Kyoto Climate Change Adaptation Center started using future design ideas. Imagine ugly people, city officers, researchers, they are not so easy to talk. So we put them into the future. They use equal footing. Free talk each other. The ugly people is a specialist of agriculture. City people is also specialists of administration. Researchers, they are also specialists. So means that these people started talking each other, and they have been creating so many nice ideas. We haven't done it yet. So they started creating agri-vision of Kyoto for 2053 with equal co-creation. So sooner or later, I want to show this one later. So the other one is a fertilizer and a field experiment in Bangladesh. We chose 400 farmers randomly selected around here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 area. And after receiving training of compost fertilizer making, divide them into 2 groups, non-FD and FD. And we also provided some information about fertilizer, the past, present, and future. 2041. Important thing is the future design, okay, they time travel to 2041, and then what types of fertilizer do you use? Then group discussion, what and how to produce, how to improve. We haven't done it yet, but people who became imaginary future people, they started, okay, creating compost fertilizers a lot. And they also started using them. However, the other important thing is that food production goes up, population goes up. The other important thing is family planning. We have to think about this way. Do I have, okay, no more minutes, right? Backcasting, forecasting, you know that, right? Present people think about our future, like alpha, beta, gamma. so many visions. This one is called forecasting. Given some visions, we can think about, okay, how to do that now. This part is called present design. However, we can give some advice to the past people, right? Past people also made some visions, A, B, C, then they chose one of them. However, from the present, we can give them some advice, right? DYE, this way. Transforming this one to the future. Yeah, this one is called past design. See? Wow. Go becoming imaginary future people, we can create epsilon or delta, some other nicer vision, then backcast. This part is important. See? Future design. People started creating so many nice ideas. I'm gonna stop in a minute. Now, finally, UN Foundation started making a contract for our future. And that UN is going to declare for future generation next year. When they are making some declaration, they may use our future design ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. So can I now request Dr. Dil, who is the Vice Chair and the Senior Research Fellow at the ADBI, he can take over of the Q&A session.
Thank you, Professor Sukanya. Yeah, firstly, I'd like to thank Saijo Sensei for these very interesting presentations. We are very glad that you are here to share with us some of the important research that you have done and also the vision that you have for the future generations. It's very crucial because most of the problems happens because we never think about future. We always think about our current generations, current utility. I think that's the problem with all of us. So I'd like to pass on to the floor. If you have any questions, please raise your hands and kindly throw your question to Saijo Sensei.
Any question you like.
Yes, so there is a question from the floor. I'll read it. Okay, Professor Bera has a question. Professor Bera, please go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Dil, thank you for the opportunity. And yeah, thank you very much, Professor Saijo, for wonderful presentations. And from the very beginning, I have been, very much impressed with the idea that you started off. I think talking about human being, human behavior, society, science, market, and so a couple of questions that I have in my mind, which I would like to pose. Before that, I would like to say that it's all about human mind. The human mind that as we observe, that the human beings are basically, pleasure oriented, what I call the pleasure principle. They always like to have pleasure and avoid at any cost the pain. And now, if you look at the society with that foundations and the way the society, human beings have organized in a society in terms of economic organizations or political organizations, we see that the human minds are controlled by, to some extent, by the governments and by the societal force, and by also the culture, and by in all societies in the world. And also we see in terms of democracy that how democracy has evolved from this sort of the human tendencies where the power has been concentrated in few hands. The political parties are at any cost they are willing to grab powers, and they're doing all kinds of brainwashing, etc., information, misinformation, and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is basically, with this kind of settings, that how human minds are concentrated or conditioned for pleasure and avoiding the pain. And so the future, when you talk about future design, I quite impressed the way you presented your findings from Bangladesh, where you saw that if people think about future and adapt into their life, they are doing much better in terms of conserving resources, in terms of improving the productivity, and so on and so forth, which is very interesting. My point is that how do you bring this sensitivity in terms of our daily behavior, the way you consume resources, the way we produce resources, and what I was thinking is that this human tendency of acquisitiveness, greed, power, competition, ambition, and these things have distorted human minds, and that is why it was quite reflected in your whole presentations, what I could see. And in terms of, you talked about in between that how we can change human behavior, and until unless we provide right information, generally in economics we call bounded rationality. In somewhere, we are not rational in that sense, in the sense that we are conditioned by habits, by beliefs, culture, and all. How do you break this? So what I was thinking, that how do you bring about a radical transformation or a radical change in human mind, that mutations, how to bring a mutation in the brain so that all of us can think about future when you consume, when you live in the present. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for your nice question. And of course, not so easy to change people's mind, but that's a fundamental starting point. Not everybody, but imagine 20% of the people, 25, these people activate, future ability. I am pretty sure our society is going to be changed. That's my understanding, of course, and we haven't done so many real practices, but currently, the Ministry of Finance started making future design team. This team has been spreading out our ideas to many other ministries. So imagine, see, we are the people who are supposed to change our societies. Without changing our mind, not so easy. You are talking about pleasure, right? We want to get huge pleasure, but so many kinds of pleasure. Making future people happier also makes us happier, right? That's also a part of pleasure. Think about that way. Do I answer your question very nicely? But
yes, I think
I'm
you
not so
answered
sure.
it. Yes, but the counter question mine is that if you look at the pleasure principles, this very pleasure that we are to derive today is also hampering or rather damaging the future people, because you see the way we draw resources, the way we draw ecosystem services from the nature is primarily because a lot of these things for our pleasure, that rightly you presented, that the whatever food production we are producing in the world, we are feeding to the animal, and because for our we like to have the animal meat to some extent, for pleasure or whatever, or the food grains can be used to produce fuel, for example, the biofuel, and all of this is entangled in that pleasure. So that's what I was thinking in terms of pleasure, in the sense that we are probably sacrificing the future generations pleasure, in the sense that they're not going to get clean water, clean air if you consume all our fresh water and pollute our fresh water. So those are things that the way, your point of view is well taken in terms of that. If you think that way also, if you feel pleasure, future generations will feel pleasure, right? But then when you think in terms of natural resource point of view, you will see that today, the at this season of the year, we are supposed to roam around outside, but here you can't stand outside even a single minute because you will be sweating, and that is primarily because of the global warming that is taking place. And so these are things that I would say that the way civilization has emerged over the period of time, something that is, we have to think in terms of how we can reduce our too much this pleasure principle, so that the future generations can actually have some opportunity to flourish. Yeah, thank you so much, Professor.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And a kind of thing, you might be polluted by economics, right?
Yes.
So please, I mean, now is the time to change our mindset. It means we can create new civilization, right?
Yes.
This is a time to change our mindset. Can we survive for the next, 200 years, 1,000 years? Now is the time to change our mindset.
Yes.
So many people have been talking about our ecology has been destroyed. So it means to make our future people happier, makes us happier.
Yes.
So can we mean that please participate in our future design session? You may be able to change your mindset. I'm not so
Yes.
sure, but
No, definitely, definitely. I totally agree with you, sir. I think that I'll heard a lot about you, the way you conduct yourself in your daily life from Dr. Raja and Dr. Dil, and the way you follow a minimalist approach. I totally, I mean, I appreciate your, I mean, the way you led your life and other people also learn. And this is the way to, change, make our future generation happy. Yes, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And actually, and so far that I know, and people started changing their mindset. Imagine, and once you go to future, say 2050, 2070, like a kind of thing, and playing like a imagine future person may change your ideas.
Yes.
And the important thing is that we found that elderly people's ideas much more creative when they go to the future. Meaning that once you are 70 and we are talking about 2070, they may die, right? Mean after your death, you can think about your future very nicely. So far as I know, elderly people, they are so creative. So use creative power from elderly people. I know you're young, but
yes. No, absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Behra, and also thank you, Professor Saijo. There are so many burning questions. I think you can see how people are interested in what you are saying. And I'll read out some of the questions for you from here. We have about 6 questions.
Wow.
So one of the question is like FG concept is mind blowing. Would it be great that Professor Saijo bring leadership from different countries to think to push this idea about future generations and survival of future? And another person says that great research think for human next generations. And Jose Navarra says people in deliberation process can make decisions that are harmful to others because of negative externalities. Would there be a case for limiting the sets of choices to the one that are compatible with the future survival? Should that not be leading role provided by the scientific institutions to guide the societal choices? You can see, I mean, like there are many comments that's actually floating around, but I think we are actually like running out of time. But if you have anything that you'd like to share, Professor Saijo, like there's one last question which says, you mentioned equality with other agent in nature, stun philosophy. How can that point of view be incorporated in your framework? So you can see, like Professor Saijo, I think enormous positive likeness towards the work that you are doing.
So important thing is, and wow, and once you become some imaginary future people, you can change entire world. Please do that. But once you don't know how to do that, please ask me. I'm so happy to support you. And okay, so many people have been talking about, and when I talk about Yahaba Town and the Yahaba Town's mayor, so many people said, and you guys have been talking to Yahaba Town's mayor so many hours. For the last 8 years, I talked to the mayor less than half an hour. Important thing is we are providing our system. People are supposed to determine their decision. So important thing is that I have been providing some systems. That means please ask me. I can provide you. You are the guy who are supposed to make decisions. That's my standpoint. That's my standpoint. So me in the developing country people or developed country people, they can use. We started talking about like a G7 people also, they are human beings. They can be imaginary future people too, right? They can determine our future, like as a human being. So why not using future design approach to G20, G7? Why not changing our future? That's my point. I'm not so sure I can answer every question, but so please use our system, please. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Professor Taijo. There are a number of questions. We'll try to download it and share it with you.
Yeah.
And also we'll share your email so many of our participants can directly contact you and get your suggestions and advice on future design, on making this world a better place. And also, like, we should always say, what is it that we are going to leave for the next generations? That's the question that we should always ask. And I come from a small country in the Himalayas, Bhutan, where we maintain 70% of the forest coverage. And every time we are reminded by our leaders to ask ourselves, what is it that we are going to give to our future generations? The world that we inherit, we want to give back even more beautiful world to the next generations, So we all need to, I think, vote to ourselves that we are going to leave a better world than what was handed over to us by our earlier generations. That's the promise that we all should make and we should strive. And if every generation's hand over a better world, then we'll make a great world. We don't need to look for Mars to settle.
Yeah. Important thing is that makes you happier than before, no?
Exactly.
That's the whole point.
Exactly. So, Professor Saijo, I'd like to end this keynote presentations with lots of thanks, lots of gratitudes, and I hope you'll be able to participate in many other events and inspire our young generations to think about future, to think about how to make this world a better place for everyone, not only like human life, but also all forms of life. So very valuable, and thank you so much. We'd like to give you a big hand.
Thank you.
With this, I'd like to pass on to Professor Sukanya to summarize her session in 5 minutes.
Yeah. So thank you, Dil. So we had quite a lot of extensive session in regard to this afternoon. So we started with quite interesting ideas coming from linking from a systematic review of the climate smart agriculture, specifically in the context of the South Asia, and trying to link it up to the SDGs. We proceeded further with some more specifications following from the theory of the plant behavior, which has been used in the context of the climate smart agricultural practices in the context of Karnataka, India. As we proceed further, we have few more illustrations across in other countries where we had from the aspect of the crop residue burning, from enhancing the adoption of the climate smart agriculture's motivational perspective. Then we are having another dimensions which came up from Kenya, which specifically addressed from the context of the dairy feeding practices, which sometimes we don't come across so frequently. And where we had quite a lot of different insights from the Kenya and the type of the adoption practices and the welfare effects. We ended up with the last paper on the effects of using the climate smart agriculture practices on the factor demand and input substitution. among the smallholder rice farmers in Nigeria, where we had quite a lot of interesting ideas coming from the country. And finally, we had a very good enriching session by Tatsuyoshi Saijo, who in that way has given us quite a lot of motivation and inspiration, and putting forward from his insightful presentation, and hope that we all be thinking about, and everyone should think of the future generations, actually what we are trying to give for them. So I hand over it to Dr. Dil to put forward for his closing remarks for this session. Thank you, and over to you, Dr. Dil.
Thank you so much, Professor Sukanya, for chairing the sessions. Very grateful for moderating it very well in a timely manner. However, we'd like to take a photo sessions with us in Asia, and good morning to those who are joining from Africa and Europe. This conference on climate smart agriculture, adoptions, impact, and implications for sustainable development has been very successful. It's because of the contributions from excellent researchers from several countries. As Dean highlighted, this conference and a special issue received more than 66 high-quality papers, but we could only shortlist 20 papers for the presentations in this conference due to time constraint. During last 2 days, we extensively discussed on several issues related to climate change, climate smart agriculture technology, adoptions, and its impact. Let me summarize few take-home points from the conference. Climate change due to GHG emissions has been a significant threat to agriculture sectors because agriculture is highly sensitive to weather conditions. Climate change through increase in temperature, drought, erratic rainfall, and flooding directly affects agriculture productions and hence the food and nutritional security. Though climate change affects agriculture community in general, but the smallholder farmers in developing countries are the most vulnerable as they have limited resilience capacity. In the keynote address yesterday, Professor Edward Barbe suggested to move the resources from environmentally harmful subsidy to climate-friendly subsidy. Several developed and developing countries provide large amount of environmentally harmful subsidies such as fossil fuel subsidy, groundwater extraction pump subsidy, fertilizer subsidy. Such shift could have great effect on scaling climate smart agriculture technology, which can contribute to climate change mitigations and adaptations. He also highlighted that the resources for scaling climate smart agriculture should come from countries' own resources rather than from external resources. He further stressed that the CSA technology are low cost and easily scalable and highlights on promoting nature-based solution. While it's important to note that G7, G20, and other developed countries used up the global carbon budget, and the poor farmers in developing countries whose carbon footprints is minuscule have to pay the price for the actions of other countries. Therefore, developed and emerging nations should contribute to the adaptations and mitigation initiative in poor developing countries with low carbon footprint. Presentations from the researcher highlighted that through CASI technology, though CASI technology has potential to contribute for adaptations and mitigation, the uptake of this technology is still small. Several factors such as capital, technology know-how, and trust has been the major barrier for adoptions of this technology. Further, some of the research also demonstrated that CSA increases yield, food security, and better livelihood. Our keynote speaker, Professor Saijo, highlighted about future failures, how science and technology sometimes lacks to foresee unintended consequences, and how we can trigger futurability in human to design our own sustainable future for next generations. As climate and agriculture both are intertemporal in nature, is very important to design future. This conference helped us to improve our understanding on the association between climate smart agriculture and sustainable agriculture development. The research also presented policy instruments to sustainably enhance farm sector resilience to climate change and increase productivity. To the authors, I hope your paper benefited from the valuable feedback that you received from the conference. On behalf of the Dean Sonobe, Asian Development Bank Institute, we'd like to extend our thanks to the team who work relentlessly for this conference. Professor Wang Lingma from Lincoln University, Mami Nomoto, ADBI, Mami Yosoda, ADBI, Raja Rajendra Timsina from ADBI, Panaro Chaya from ADBI. We'd also like to thank our chair, Professor Jiang Jung Tang, Professor Alan Renwick, Professor Sukanya Das. I'd also like to extend gratitude and thanks from Asian Development Bank Institute to our keynote speaker, Professor Edward Babe and Professor Saijo. Lastly, I'd like to also share with you that the video recording and the PPD will be uploaded in the ADB website. Please feel free to download it and read it. I'd like to extend my gratitude, thanks, and congratulations to all the presenters and discussions. With this, I call an end to this conference, and thanks to all of you.